I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, oh, I gotta change a couple things. Let me. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but oh, this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. Check this out. We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, yes, in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.
We are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Double Drop Hump Day, where we're going to add a little spice of the trivium in. So, hypercritical of everything. Everybody, right? Everybody, let's have the correct terms, usage, and the correct geometrical things. We're going to be precise with our logical form as we're talking about this sort of stuff. Let's root all the fallacies out that we can. And today we're going to go over blue marble model affliction. Just the model of the blue marble. Some people can't get it out of their heads. And they seem obsessed with this LIGO thing. They just can't drop it. They have to keep bringing it up. One of them has made a bit of a mistake within the within his geometric forming of something. So he's obviously having to make more videos again about me for just pointing out that he put two tangents, one at each end of a straight line, which I think he does admit is impossible. But we're going to go over some video. I think SE brought it into light that apparently a certain science channel has been going over this geometric thing and how straight lines are scienced or something. We do seem to have a bit of a beef going on with this blue marble science. Not the person, the blue marble, the science, the blue marble science. Not the person that's named blue marble science that is obsessed with us. But the actual, I don't even know if it's a real thing or not, or whether that guy's just took it on and he's made it into something that it isn't. I'm not too sure whether it's a branch of science. It might be. They might have made something up for Discord people and YouTubers. Yeah, Eric, I don't think you can science geometry. Some weird stuff going on in the chat. There is some weird times that we're in at the minute. I don't know what it is. Some very strange times we're in. Right, let me get this video. And you guys. Oh, are we already on it? There you go, Discord. And I don't know. There you go, that'll do. And you guys want it in here. Right, can you guys in Discord see that?
Yes.
Okay, now. Oh, that bar is at the bottom there. There you go. Right, so this is blue marble science, as you can see there. But he's got like 1,000 views, and he says he's mirrored it. And if you look here, there's 12 minutes. So I think it's a bit tight to actually watch this one from here. We'll come back and pick it up, but we'll go to FE Dogma's original video that Blue Marble's got 1,000 views on. because he's added a bit on the end of it.
About a year ago, LIGO was it.
So this is LIGO Revisited, and he's only got 388 views on the original video. Blue Marble has gone with. So a lot of people don't like this. Well, wait, give a chance for a few more people to come. It seems like we're a bit lacking at the minute. So this is a video that FE Dogma has gone over. Now, does Blue commentate on it? Or are we just going to watch this video and go over it? And then we'll go back to see what Blue has to say at the end of it.
I think that would be the best, because I think he comments after the video. Yeah.
Okay, so now what we have to remember is that I think this came after, let's say, comments from 2 weeks ago. Oh, that's one of my comments. I'll read it. Read more. It says, that's amazing. You're still trying to make content that denies the mathematical definition of horizontal having zero slope. Keep mentioning me if you want, but I'm not the only one who knows that level is horizontal. Make sure you give a shout out to the practical guys that understand how water flows. That's all I say. FE Dogma says, I am not talking about the mathematical definition of horizontal with the x-axis being 0. I'm talking about the surveying definition of horizontal as perpendicular to the vertical axis at the instrument. Perpendicular. Same thing. The mathematical definition of horizontal. And he says, and yes, over short distances, level and horizontal are synonymous. But we aren't talking about making a porch for a house. We are talking about a slab that is 2.5 miles long. And the LIGO blueprint elevations, I think he's going to be talking about those, when plotted on a mathematical XY axis graph, the mathematical one, clearly show that the ends of each arm curve, not slope.
Wow.
Over 4 feet higher. I'll read that again. We are talking about a slab that is 2.5 miles long, and the LIGO blueprint elevations, when plotted on a mathematical XY axis graph, clearly show that the ends of each arm curve, not slope, over 4 feet higher.
Illusions of grandeur.
What does it mean, curve but not slope? I don't understand.
Hopefully this video is gonna let's go in. Anamorphic says, when are you going to stop being afraid of me, Paul, with a little p? Anamorphic, unless you're banned on a sock account, come on over.
You mean the guy that's never talked?
Yeah, the guy that probably gets triggered too easily, the one that can't talk.
That's precious.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay, we've got one here. Blue Marble says, as I've said, trying to explain this to Bev, Mike Jones. Shout out Mike Jones. It's like follows with Bev, Mike Jones, and the rest of that mob. So sorry, you guys. Only me and Mike Jones getting a name called shout out. The rest of you are just rest of that mob to Blue Marble Science. is like trying to teach calculus to a bucket of fish bait. Your analysis is spot on. Their inability to comprehend it is a simple testament to their utter ignorance concerning engineering or construction, with emphasis on fieldwork. The time has come to sit back and laugh at the idiots. They don't deserve any further attempt to educate them. Blue Marble Science, ladies and gentlemen. Blue Marble Science. So that's Blue Marble Science's comment on this video from FE Dogma. Subscribe to FE Dogma if you want videos on LIGO like this. I mean, this is Globe. Here we go. Are you guys all right with that? If we ready to talk about it? Is that big enough screen, or do you want it?
Yeah, good. Good.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good, right?
In the middle of the flat Earth globe debate.
Oh.
About a year ago, LIGO was in the middle of the flat Earth globe debate, so I made this video. And recently, my video has been the center of another debate. So yes, I will confirm there are 2 tangent points, one for each arm, and I did this for a very good reason.
Right, there are 2 tangent points, he said. I mean, that's all we did. We spotted that a bit ago. There are 2 tangent points, which is impossible. Quite obvious. Just a little bit of geometry for people to get their minds thinking about. It's impossible. But, I mean, you can try if you want. Get a ball and then get like a ruler and try and make both ends of that ruler tangent points to the ball. It's impossible. But, I mean, you could try. Keep doing it. Keep playing to FE Dogma's challenge. I'll put that again. I'll listen, so just so you can hear him, what he says. We want to be spotting any contradictions.
My video has been the center of another debate. So yes, I will confirm there are 2 tangent points, one for each arm, and I did this for a very good reason.
Right, so he did put 2 tangent points on it, and he did it for a very good reason. I'd suggest that very good reason is to show how little a certain group of people understand geometry. But we'll see whether that is the reason he did it or not.
But I'll get to that a little bit later.
Yeah.
Now, I think most everybody knows that Hanford LIGO is an interferometer with 2 perpendicular arms that are almost 2.5 miles in length. Now, since a laser beam is bounced off mirrors at each end of this beam tube, that beam tube needs to be straight. And that means that the concrete slab it sits on also needs to be straight.
Right, so the concrete slab needs to be straight. We know that. That's what we've been saying all along. It is straight. Quite obviously, it is straight. Because the laser has to go through it. Has to.
So I was able to get a hold of LIGO blueprints that included elevations for that slab. So the point of my video was to compare these elevations to both the flat Earth and the globe definition of a level line and see what the results were.
Right. I don't know whether you heard that, but this guy, in reality, in 2022, has 2 different definitions of a level line. And he's using elevation profiles from LIGO that obviously have a straight x-axis to judge whether the axis is straight. I think that's what he's doing. But I mean, I don't know whether these are different hypotheses of what we live in.
What he thinks, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a model hypothesis, right? But as you can see, this water level goes down here. It's below the horizontal line. There's a measured vertical difference here, which is what we call an elevation change. And anyone that sees this water going like that would know that this water up at this end will have to equalize. Water will flow and it'll start spurting out of here until this equalizes. I think everybody knows that. Only model affliction leads you to this. You'd never do that if you weren't obsessed with the model. This is ridiculous. Just live in reality and stop exposing your fantasies about stuff.
Now in my video, I provided a link to those blueprints so people could check the data that I used. And I'll do this again. It'll be in the description above. So I used the civil drawings for the Hanford Observatory. These are the blueprints that I used for the northwest arm that gave me 5 evenly spaced elevations. These are the elevations for the northwest arm. And these are the 5 blueprints that I used in the elevations for the southwest arm. Now, flat earthers like to say that water finds its own level. So
What's he saying? Flat earthers like to say that water finds its own level. Is that not everybody? Does not everybody say that? Why is it specific down to flat earthers?
Everybody I've ever heard outside of this little arena.
Yeah. Has anybody ever heard anybody that says water doesn't find its own level? Is he saying that everybody is a flat earther in a sort of roundabout way in his mind? Anybody that says that water finds its own level is a flat earther. I'll go back and just so you know that these are the people that this is what they're saying.
Now, flat earthers like to say that water finds its own level.
Flat earthers like to say it. Well, I think everybody likes to say it. That's ridiculous.
But this is in dictionary, so dictionary was written by flat earther.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, is this guy obsessed or what? Like, model affliction.
So what they mean is that the surface of water is the same as a horizontal plane. And that's why...
Well, that's what they mean when they say water finds its own level. Really? That's what everybody says whenever they mean water finds its own level to the horizontal plane.
They do understand that water is distinguishable from land, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure.
I mean, ask anybody. What do they mean when they say water finds its own level? What does that mean? Does it mean goes over a curve? Or does it mean it finds its own level?
To them, over a curve. Absolutely 100%.
Yeah, to these model afflicted people. But what everybody else that says water is level? What do they mean by it? I mean, I can't believe we've got to 2022 and there's a load of adults that are like still arguing about what a water level is and what it does.
Anybody can do your own poll in your own circle of friends and family. You don't even have to bring up this stupid model affliction stuff.
Yeah.
You can just say, have you ever heard the term water seeks its own level? If they say yes, you say, what does that mean?
Yeah.
See what they say. See if any of them say level is curved.
They're all saying it, yeah. Nice one, guys. You shout out in the chat. These the FE defense squad.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean FE dogma. You know the dogma that this guy speaks out that everybody has to follow. That's what his name is. FE dogma. You guys in the chat, you have to follow him. This is your dogma.
I've used water levels in these graphics to show the difference between the two different models. So
there's two different models in his head. For reality, there's two different models. This man has broke reality into two different models. That's a very great ability. You have to have an imagination that extends beyond reality to come up with another model. I think it's taught at childhood, very early childhood, to be able to have and be able to do this with your mind.
above we have water levels that are at a 5-foot elevation, and this means that a 5-foot level line is one and the same as a horizontal line as determined by a surveyor's instrument. I also added Bev to the hypothesis above because he believes the exact same thing. Now the only difference with the global...
He believes the exact... Well, I know for a fact a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. I believe I've been saying that for quite a few years. I don't believe it. I know it to be true. There is a difference between a belief and knowing it. This one here, I can't even imagine why somebody would draw something like this, but hey.
Hypothesis is that the level line curves down from the surveyor's instrument. So let's start with the flat Earth hypothesis. Here is a graph with straight level lines between 529 and 535 feet. Here are those 5 elevations plotted on
the way he's put here, Bev / flat Earth hypothesis.
That graph. And it's quite obvious that we have a beam arm slab that is curved.
Look, he's got a curve. He said Bev flat Earth hypothesis is that this arm here is curved. Well, it's not.
Yep.
It's straight. That, I would say, that is definitely dishonest. I would not draw a straight horizontal line curved. F.E. dogma. Slightly dishonest to put somebody else's name to this. I don't expect him to take it back.
It is misrepresentation. So not honest.
Curved
Nobody
beam
here would do
arm
that.
slab elevations. Curved beam arm slab elevations. Well, they're not curved. So what's he doing?
Is he also saying that this is the direction the laser beam travels?
I don't know. I mean, like, to me,
Follows the same path?
He doesn't... How can a straight line that's obviously a straight line turn into a curved line? I mean, what's up with him?
Confused, very confused, man.
Yeah.
Extremely, yeah. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't... Anybody listening, I am not represented, honestly, in this thing. LIGO's a straight line. I mean, but hey, this is F.E. Dogma, and he's the one that tells all of you guys in the chat, your dogma. You've got to go with it.
In fact, it curves up over 4 feet from one end to the other. Now, flat earthers did argue that LIGO would only work on a flat earth because this is the only way that...
Flat earthers argued what? I'm not a flat earther. I've never argued that it only works on a flat earth. That's ridiculous. If it works, then it works in reality. There is not 2 models.
All you're saying is it has to be horizontal.
Yeah.
We're not. That's it.
Yeah. He's got it here. He's got the pendulum 90 degrees to a vertical, and he's got this pendulum here 90 degrees to a vertical.
Yeah, there has to be
What's
like
up with
that.
this? Like, why is this? I mean, what? What's going on here?
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's somebody else's idea of what somebody else thinks, and I don't think that. So how he's got that he thinks that I think that? It's hilarious. He's even put it there. Curved laser beams, question mark. No. No, I don't even
Only
know
you know how
that.
silly and ridiculous that sounds.
But I mean, like, hand it off to somebody else if you want to be dishonest. Just like, yeah, this is what you think. He's like, no. Yeah, you do. No, I don't.
That those mirrors would be parallel to each other as they hung from the pendulum. But you gotta wonder,
those mirrors have to be parallel. Otherwise, the beam won't bounce backwards and forwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a fact. You do hang them vertically, I take it. But hey, I mean, that's not my problem, that the mirrors have to be parallel.
The precision of the parallel is unimaginable. It's to the proton level, if you can believe that. That's what they say.
But that's only on the flat Earth model, apparently. Not like in reality, the only way it could possibly work.
The only way.
FE Dogma says it has to bend or curve or something for you to have that.
LIGO using curved laser beams? Now, when you Google surveying horizontal and level lines, click images, these are the diagrams that show up. I'm going to use this upper left diagram. And surprise, surprise, it matches the graphic that I drew for the globe hypothesis of curved level lines. So let's compare these elevations.
That's as much research as he's going to do about level.
Yes, graphic matches graphic.
Back.
This is his proof. Graphic matches graphic.
Horizontal tangent to level line. He's put it there. But not tangent to this one here. That's where it goes. I mean, I can't remember how long ago it was that we pointed out this to Rumpus. I think we called it Page's proof. That this horizontal, if this is vertical, which it is on the page, this horizontal, they're perpendicular to the vertical. But he's got this one here that's called vertical too. Then it also meets the same horizontal. But here, it's not perpendicular. You've got a vertical that isn't perpendicular to the horizontal. The consequent of this is, it's false.
Well,
it
unless
cannot
you
be.
add a little
These
dialetheism.
lasers couldn't bounce if these
Just sprinkle some dialetheism on it and you're good to go. You can have both.
You can't, though, geometrically.
Of course you can,
But I mean,
in reality.
everybody's, if they're listening now, look, I mean, look at it. This vertical here is meeting this horizontal, and they're not perpendicular. But to FE Dogma, that matches his drawing here that he's called a globe. As in, this vertical line here that's touching this horizontal is not perpendicular to it. Now, I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but this is what the globe model says. You have to. This is FE Dogma. He's handing out the dogma for everybody on the globe side, obviously. You have to take this. this horizontal line cannot be geometrically drawn like this, because this shows it's impossible. Something's wrong. Here's your problem. Your vertical and your horizontal are not perpendicular.
This one picture right here says it all. Says it all. Dialetheism, two truths in one picture. It's crazy, man.
Look at the vertical at the first where the guy is standing, and look at that. The other one's not a vertical, obviously.
Yeah, look at where the red is, and look at on the other side. Yeah,
yeah.
Both of those to him are the same. Yeah.
So why these mirrors are bouncing off laser beams if they are not perpendicular? They couldn't.
Yeah, he has no clue what that means for LIGO, for the mirrors. I mean, it's ridiculous. Anybody with half a brain could see this. It's just ridiculous. It's physically impossible for that laser to work in this model.
You're right.
I've been trying to say to them for ages, right? If you don't want to expose the globe model to people, to point out all of the contradictions and the bad geometry, if you don't want to show people that there are no proofs of the globe model, don't draw these pictures. We wrote Imaginometry to let people understand that you can't draw it. You should keep it in words. Don't ever try and express it, because the moment you do, these, well, it's just falsehood, isn't it? Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, except when somebody draws a globe model. Then it breaks all of the known laws of vertical and horizontal, exposing the model to everybody.
Lines. So let's compare these elevations to the globe hypothesis. Since 529.63 feet is the smallest elevation, I am going to use that as my curved level line. Now I'll add the concrete slab, which is the equivalent of that horizontal line tangent to the end station. And finally, I'll add the other four elevations. So next I'll be using Earth curvature calculations, which are based on Pythagorean.
This is where the magic starts.
Well, it's based on Pythagorean, which is triangles.
Watch what he does.
Yeah, there's no curve in the triangles. It's Pythagorean proof of curvature. I mean, this is, like SE's right, this is literally the magic trick. But it's not the magic trick that they're performing. It's the magic trick that's been performed on them. And he's just parroting it with zero understanding.
Pythagorean theorem. And of course, that requires a horizontal line tangent to the surface of the Earth, which would be the equivalent of a level line.
Have you noticed there's one person that never draws a horizontal, but everybody else always draws horizontals horizontally. This is a horizontal line right across the thing, yeah.
I
was going to say rumpus too.
Now he's talking about level, but before he used the expression my curved level.
Yeah.
And now he's talking about straight level.
Yeah, dialetheism.
And of course, the curvature drop calculation is measured from the horizontal.
Curvature drop calculation. Just think about that for a second. Curvature drop calculation. It doesn't make any sense. Except if you've been taught it within a framework of an argument that doesn't make any sense. But no doubt people are compliant with you when you use this.
Hypotenuse is still straight line in triangle, not curve.
Yep. Rise over run. a drop over a distance, a straight line distance, and a straight line vertical drop. If it is a drop, it could be a rise. But governed by water flowing, not the horizontal.
What a combination. Geometry and water. Oh, boy.
The horizontal is the result of water not flowing.
Yep.
Those 2 points, end point, both end points, but all points along as explained within Euclidean geometry and the plane. All of the straight lines, all of them.
Line down to the level line. And this is the reason that I said these beam arm slabs are horizontal and in this case tangent to the end station.
Tangent to the end station. Hear that?
Both lines tangent to the end station. Wow.
I use Metabunk for my curvature calculations, and of course that's based on a radius of 3,959 miles. So my curvature calculations are going to be based on the distance from the end station. The first calculation is based on a distance of 0.
He's doing some calculations. I think this gives the game away, personally.
0.606 miles, which gives us a drop of 0.24 feet. And when I subtract that from the beam slab elevation, that gives me 529.64 feet. And when I compare that to the level line elevation of 529.63 feet, the difference is only 0.01 feet. That's less than 1/8 of an inch. The next calculation is based on a distance of 1.231 miles for a drop of 1.01 feet. And we subtract that from the beam slab elevation, we get 529.65 feet. And we have a difference of 0.02 feet, but that's only less than 1/4 inch. The next calculation gives us a drop of 2.3 feet, which again gives us 529.65 feet. And again, this is less than 1/4 inch. And finally, we have a calculated drop of 4.1 feet. Subtract that from the beam slab elevation, and we have 529.68 feet. And here the difference is 0.05 feet, but this is less than 5/8 of an inch. So let's think about this. I set this up using surveying definition of horizontal and level lines, and then I made
the surveying definition of horizontal and level lines. Really? Did he just look at a picture and see one that fitted for him? I mean, who did that picture?
I think he said my curved level, not surveyor's curved level.
Yeah, he didn't do much research for it, but then what he did is he applied a quadratic function to it. Because everybody knows that's impossible too. But hey, FE Dogma still calculated it with a quadratic function in. Right? Anybody listening, you got any idea on whether this is actually possible for you to put a quadratic function into a straight line? Interesting. To see whether surveyors could actually do something with a quadratic function and not linear. I wonder if any surveyors have ever done that. Has anybody ever asked the surveyor whether they use a quadratic function to apply for a drop of a straight line over distance? I think it might be a bit better to actually have a word with a surveyor. Really. But be careful.
Metabunk curvature calculations, subtracted those from the beam slab elevations,
You know, Metabunk curve calculator is actually a calculator for how much curve level has to have.
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
But it involves also refraction.
Yeah, a little bit of wiggle room as well to add on to the quadratic function of a curve of level. How much curve level needs for the globe earther to be able to believe they live on a ball. Well done, Mick West. Thank you very much.
That's one of the key ingredients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Little tea leaf and rabbit's foot. So you got refraction and you have the drop.
Yeah, and you've always got a bit of a wiggle room within temperature somewhere.
But
Yeah.
But still, I wonder how it works with water level, because water level is not dependent on refraction, so it doesn't match it anyway.
That's why they don't like the water level. It's a magic-free tool.
Yes, no refraction involved. They cannot have this argument with water level.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's it.
And the accuracy is under 5/8 of an inch. Now, I did the exact same thing for the southwest arm.
He did the exact same thing of the southwest arm. Now, I hope people realize this, that what he's done here is exposing the quadratic function to show that whoever wrote the numbers down also applied the exact same method of switching a so-called tangent point.
Just so I'm clear, it's been a while for me, but a quadratic function is to plot a curve on a graph, is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what would that have to do with a straight line?
It's because there's a squared function within your formula that you're plotting. And as everybody knows, the globe Earth model has a distance in miles squared function. That's where the squared function that adds the quadratic to the thing.
Doesn't that usually end up like in a U shape or something?
Yeah, it gets, you call it exponentially bigger, the drop. So over the first 100 meters, let's say, it's like 1 millimeter. But on the last 100 meters, same distance, there's a bigger drop. That amount of drop per distance gets different, which obviously cannot happen in reality, because if you go and restart your measurement, you end up with, well, I mean, I think that's why Slice Barcane doesn't do his test, right? Because it exposes it. He has 16 100-meter water levels. The drop for each of those is 0.78 of a millimeter according to their model. So you get 16.78 millimeters, and you end up with, well, I don't know what, 15 mil, 14, 10 mil or something like that over 16 of them. Right? You with us? That's a mile.
Yeah.
So you've got like 15 mil drop over a mile if you do it like that. But according to their number, if you add the quadratic function in, your end one has to have a much bigger drop. So you have to end up with 8 inches drop.
8 inches.
Yeah. Over that distance. But if you do it in those little small segments, you're never going to get it. It's impossible. Which shows the impossibility of the model again. I'm not aware that the mathematicians within the Blue Marble community, the science community, are aware of these impossible functions of their model. Contradictions that are just there. It may sound a little bit tricky for you to get, you know, an understanding of this. And
I understand this.
I know, but people have said that we don't understand it. And, you know, if you don't understand it and you don't understand it when we say it, then you may think that's because we don't actually understand it and you do. But hey, who knows? We know there's
I
a
didn't
lot
understand
of
what
people.
you just said.
Do you get the idea, though, that if, according to their model, if you have a 100-meter water level, obviously they're at the same altitude, right? One neither higher nor lower than the other, but their model states there has to be a drop of one end of it, like George Nutsack said the other day. The far end drops down. It's impossible, but hey, that's their model. That's all
They
doing.
have different measurements on that end. They have to have different measurements, because if they are resetting each, let's say, 100 meters, it should show different measurements on the same tube. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's basic logic. It doesn't really need much working out other than to allow reasoning to take place. But I'm not so sure whether that process ever happens anymore. We went over it yesterday. Dorothy Sayers in 1950s, 1941, I think she wrote that. There is no reasoning. They've lost all sense of logic. There's some exploded minds out there now, and non-logic has taken the place. But they've been taught it as logic. It's a shame. It's a shame.
And in this case, the accuracy is less than 1/2 inch. Let's compare both models up.
So he didn't go over that, but what he did was he switched the tangent from one end to the corner station. So he had two tangents. He was very quick about doing that. He didn't really want anybody to see. And what he did expose there was the resetting of that quadratic function to the other end of the arm. He didn't keep the same quadratic function applied, which I think he should have done, really. But I think if he had have done that, I don't think the numbers would have matched up. So what he did expose there is the fact that whoever gave them the numbers in the first place, that's exactly what they did. Because it wouldn't have worked if they'd have started at the other end of the other arm. Would it?
He would have different distance, so he could not calculate in that way. So he had to reposition this tangent line into middle or into the corner, and could start calculating again.
Yeah, because that's whoever initially did the numbers. That's exactly the same thing as what they did. They may have had slightly different numbers. They may have been working off different Metabunk calculator numbers. I mean, when they did LIGO, I bet that was before Metabunk. And Mick West decided to talk to people like Zanuck and Jem Panda to work out how that they should work out how to make a calculator to curve level for them. But hey, different numbers. They were close. They were within 1/2 inch or 1/4 inch, 1/8 inch.
Above, we have the Bev flat Earth hypothesis, and this gives us a beam slab that curves over 4 feet higher from one end to the other. Down below, we have the globe hypothesis, and here we have a beam slab that is straight with an accuracy that is under 5/8 of an inch.
You see what he's done here? He's got level line there, but he's he's made the straight line curve up. Would it not just be straight on the level line? Or does he imagine if level is straight, then horizontal's curve? It's a bit ridiculous.
Who knows what's in his brain? Yeah.
Because he's straightening up this curved level. That's why horizontal has to be curved upward. This is the trick.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's saying that water's flat. Oops. You wouldn't want to be people noticing that there's like waves and ripples and tides and stuff. Calling people autistic if they think there's a bit of a wave or something in the water. I mean, come on.
Well, I really doubt
You got
that
some.
this.
Go on. Sorry, go on, John.
I was going to say, you got somebody on the YouTube chat saying that you claimed you were a mechanical engineer on McToon's channel. What are you named, Maddie?
I doubt it. But I mean, I think they know that. I've never claimed to be that. Yeah, I think it might be Blue Marble Science that's claimed to be an engineer, drawing elevation profiles of a straight line that curve upwards.
Yeah, I've never heard you say you were a mechanical engineer ever.
No.
Yeah, he claims to be an engineer Blue Marble did, that used the water level tool in the practice of his job of 45 years, because it was the only tool that would create a horizontal over the distance and in the sight line that they needed. They couldn't use anything else. And then turned around 5 minutes later and said it's never used in construction sites.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure where he was when he used it on the, how do you say it, Bev? The precipitator?
Yeah. Electrostatic precipitator.
But he did say he used a water level tool there, and then turned around and said that water level tools weren't used on job sites. So confusing.
Yeah. I don't know. It would be difficult to try and claim that in 2022 they don't know what the use of a water level is. Very tricky, I would say, anyway. But I think hopefully we're going to get some Blue Marble elevation profiles. Come here.
This was just random chance, because in geodetic surveying, level line. And when Bev reviewed my video,
on the globe model, let me put that one back again. He loves his model.
And when Bev reviewed my video, did he show that the elevations, my calculations? And when Bev reviewed my video,
come on.
Well, I really doubt that this was just random chance, because in geodetic surveying, level lines of equal elevation are curved lines.
Level lines of equal elevation in geodetic surveying. I don't know who's told him that. Probably some genius geodetic surveyor, or a guy pretending to be a geodetic surveyor. Who knows? I bet he's not around much anymore anyway.
Is there such a thing, Bev?
All of them now are geodetic surveyors. That's why I say my land surveying certificate. That's why I keep it. That's why I cherish it. There's no such thing as a land surveyor anymore. Everybody's a geodetic surveyor.
Okay.
Everyone. But they all use plane surveying tools whenever they're doing any surveying. Any real surveyor would know that.
And
model
when
afflicted.
Bev reviewed my video, did he show that the elevations, my calculations, or any of my diagrams were wrong?
Yeah, he's got curves. Look. Is this wrong? Yeah, absolutely. Horizontal lines don't curve upwards. They're straight. And look at this one. Does a level line, a water level, slope down? No, doesn't either. So, yes, FE Dogma, there's something drastically wrong here. You've got a quadratic function, but you reset it at a midpoint. Well, not even a midpoint. I'd say you're geometrically illiterate and you shouldn't be doing this sort of thing. You're exposing the model, if you ask me. But, I mean, that's just me. Apparently, I know nothing.
Of course not. He needed content, so he made a straw man saying that the north...
It's not a straw man. He's got two fucking tangents on a straight line. That's the entire thing. It's impossible. Yet, FE Dogma doesn't realise it. Really? I mean, anybody, you look into it. Go and ask a mathematician. Go and ask anybody, a surveyor. Ask them whether it's possible for you to have two tangents on a straight line. Whether you think it's a straw man that he's put two tangents on the same straight line of LIGO.
northwest arm was tangent at both ends. Now, Bev likes to call people in the globe community model afflicted, but he is really the one that is afflicted with it.
It's not people in the globe community. It's people in this whole thing. Everybody is model afflicted. Everybody. In one way or another. People will realise it. You can see it more and more.
Thank you to Brilliant for sponsoring this episode.
What's happened there?
About a year ago, like...
Two tangent straw man. That's good. There we go.
Call people in the globe community model afflicted, but he is really the one that is afflicted with this model of straight level lines.
Yeah, if you want to call me afflicted by Euclidean geometry and the understanding of a straight line and perpendicular, then yeah, I guess you can. I guess I'll take that on. Afflicted by Euclidean geometry. Can't think of anything else. Can't think of another way it could possibly be. I can't think of the reason why anyone would possibly ever want to curve the x-axis on an elevation profile. It would be ridiculous for anyone to think that they could do that. Yes, I'm model afflicted. Euclidean.
Unless they have a preconception. Yep.
Now, he's been in this debate for a long time, so you think by now he would understand that on the globe...
He said he's been in this debate. I've never seen a debate. They don't exist. Somebody's changed what a debate is within this arena that I actually haven't wanted to actually be in. I've always said I'm not a flat earther. So... yeah, no debate. And I've noticed that FE Dogma and people, they're not willing to come and talk to us even. Not even come and have a debate about, if they wanted to have a debate about level, I don't think it'd last long. And I think it would show how bad the globe side argument would possibly be within a structured debate scenario. They wouldn't turn up. But that'd be simple as that. But if FE Dogma or any of the people want to come and have a discussion about level, an honest discussion about level, where we show each of our cases for either side, I'll just stick with reality and observed reality and procedures that are well established in reality. Anybody else wants to bring up the opposing case, bring it in. Let's have a discussion about it. I've been waiting for quite a long time, and I don't think anybody's going to come with it now. But we might get somebody. You never know.
Level lines of different elevations are concentric circles. So again, the concrete slab is tangent to the end station, and since we live on a globe, that'd be a radius of 3,959 miles.
Tangent here. So he says.
Plus the additional 529.63 feet. But the end
station
station has a higher elevation, which of course means that the radius is larger, and there's no geometry that says that the northwest arm can be tangent to two concentric circles that have different radii.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
I'll rewind that back a bit, because that is
two concentric circles. Yep.
Listen.
3 feet. But the end station has a higher elevation, which of course means that the radius is larger, and there's no geometry that says that the northwest arm can be tangent to two concentric circles that have different radii.
He says it. It can't be.
Yes. Can't be, even with concentric two circles.
Yeah. There's no geometry that allows it. None. So how is he going to get around it?
Even in this diagram, this horizontal line is going to intersect this new vertical line.
Yeah. Not perpendicularly, right? I might add that. But there's no geometry, he says, that allows this to be tangent here and this to be tangent here. It's just not allowed. We're going to find out how we do some globe science now. Now, everybody who's listening from the globe side, if you hate watching, this is your dogma. This is Effie dogma. He's laying down your dogma. He's telling you, it's not possible for you to have two tangents. There. One at this end and one over here. There's no geometry that even allows it. Not even when you make up an imaginometry. You still can't even imagine it because it's impossible. It's easily proved false. Here we go. This is what we do.
So here's a horizontal line tangent at the corner station, and I know that this is really going to mess with Bev and his buddy's head, but I think like other globe deniers, they really have underdeveloped visual spatial skills.
We've got underdeveloped visual spatial skills. So what he's got here is a horizontal line meeting another horizontal line, giving you an angle here, obviously a difference between the two horizontal lines. So you can get an angle, you can start at the horizontal, and you can measure a vertical angle up to the horizontal. There is actually no term for this. Exists, strangely enough, since the globe haven't actually realized the name for this angle between horizontals. We've named it. It's the equipotential angle of adjustment, or more commonly known as the nutsack drop. It's the distance between horizontals. The angle, the angular measurement between horizontals. It's dead easy to know. Put it in Google. Put it in Google and check it out. Let's see. The angular distance between two horizontal planes. Apparently it's got a distance of function, but you can see that he's definitely got two horizontals here and tangents. It's got a tangent here and a tangent here, but he's already said it's impossible for you to do that.
Now this is just a two-dimensional drawing of the northwest arm. And since the southwest arm is perpendicular to that corner station, it would literally be coming straight out of the screen towards me. Now this is the 2D representation of the southwest arm.
Look, he's going to put another tangent on the corner point.
Yes, on this the same elevation.
Yeah.
As it was before, but this is new line, so it doesn't belong to the old line.
But it is.
Yes, I'm joking.
Yeah. It's
He sold
perpendicular. This line here is perpendicular to it.
He thinks that if he sell this tangent point to another line, it would not belong to the old line.
This is geometry 2.0.
Yeah, this is.
You guys are behind.
Blue marble geometry. Blue marble science geometry. We're going to science the shit out of this geometry. We're just going to do stuff that we've just said seconds earlier is impossible. There's not even any geometry that allows this. But F.E. Dogma's doing it anyway. He doesn't care. He's literally told you that it's impossible, and now he's going to do it right in front of your face. I mean, I don't know who he's trying to fool. He's not fooling us, but I'm pretty much guessing that this is F.E. Dogma. And any other globers that are listening, this is your dogma. He's telling you. You have to do this. You have to solve his challenge. 2 tangent points. He thinks it's a straw man. It's impossible, but he's still doing it.
Now, since we live on a globe, what you really need to visualize is that this concrete slab is actually tangent to a spherical surface that has a radius of 3,959 miles plus the additional 533.78 feet.
You see, he's saying, since you think you live on a globe, you have to visualize something that he's just told you there is no geometry for. Just visualize it. You'll be fine. If you visualize it, imagine what he's saying is true for the globe.
Don't do it.
For the globe.
Don't do it.
You need to for the globe.
And here I have the level line elevation of the end station of the northwest arm. Now, is Bev going to have an aha moment? Go ahead.
Tangent at A, tangent at B. A tangent at A tangent at B. Tangent at A, tangent at B. This is where I point out he's got a tangent at A and a tangent at B. And he's drawn a tangent at A and a tangent at B. It's impossible. Yeah, F.E. Dogma's still drawing it. He thinks he can magically separate these lines, but there is a tangent at B, tangent at A. A, B. A line A, B. Tangent at A, tangent at B. Very strange that F.E. Dogma can get away with saying that. And nobody notices. Nobody notices. He's only got 388 views. Blue Marble, we'll go back to have a look at blues in a minute. But Blue Marble's given him loads more views than he ever had to start off with. Which means a lot of people will see the impossibility, and even F.E. Dogma admitting it's impossible. Thank you, F.E. Dogma.
Hey, you know, I think I finally understand this. Nah, I really doubt it. I think he'll just use this to make more content. I mean, let's be honest. How could one ignore the fact that his own model was such a failure and then turn around and make a straw man argument to divert attention away from that truth?
That's not my model. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous, FE Dogma. Don't try and lump that shit on me. Draw some fucking ridiculous stuff and then say that's me. Nope. There you go. Right, so. Okay, now this, look at this. 1,040 views. Nearly 3 times more than FE Dogma had on his view. And then if you add them together, oof, nearly 1,500 people have watched this. I wonder how many people have actually pointed out that FE Dogma actually does something that he says is impossible, can't be done, and just goes with it anyway. Or how many people do you reckon? Oh, look at this. FE Dogma says Bev has a recent video called Realizing Euclid Triggers the Model Afflicted. If Bev and his followers had realized Euclid when they were taught geometry in high school, maybe they would have understood that it was their model of a straight level line that failed to plot straight LIGO beam slabs on a graph. Hopefully, one day they will finally realize Euclid and understand how to apply geometry to the world around them. As Mike Jones would say, shout out Mike Jones, rooting for you, little buddies. I guess he's been doing that a lot. Oh, there's another one I grew up across the river from Hamford. Rodman. Oh, let's see this. He might be a Rodman. Let's see. Oh, dear. When Bev and ICST had their discussion about what Bev and his friends were doing with that, all the hose and water, Bev said all the levels were, I quote, bang on. The one thing that came to mind was why was no photo taken at each water level and why no elevation recorded. I think if it was bang on, surely at least give us something we can see with our eyes. This is what these people always demand. I've never demanded anything like that, and I don't know who these people are. I think that's a bit bad to say things like that. I want to see it with my own eyes. Yeah, that's why we do the test live. You can see it. Do the test for yourself. That's a better way of doing it, with seeing it with your own eyes. Much better way of doing it. Whether it be the continent Antarctica or the Southern Cross and Paralis not seen together in the sky, or this guy's rambling on about stuff that I've never even talked about. I don't know. 24-hour light and darkness explained and videoed. There's Barrow in Alaska. It's a northernmost city and blah, 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 blah. And yes, Bev, I want to see those bang-on photos of your levels. Thank you again, Blue Marble Science, for, as always, for your very accurate and informative video demonstration. It's FE Dogmas. Yeah, okay.
For this guy, this FE Dogma was enough.
Yeah. Let's see. This is the end of FE Dogma's video. But this is now, we're on Blue Marble Science. So let's see what Blue Marble's going to say.
Away from that truth.
Is anyone surprised that Try-Thinking is hiding behind one of his straw men?
I don't know what straw man we're talking about here, Blue. Unless it's you and your little silly drawings and stuff. Yeah.
Of course not. He doesn't have anything else. But this is not about him. Let's talk.
What was that?
I think he has a pet monkey or something.
Yeah.
Of course not. He doesn't have anything else.
What?
Oh, that hurt my ears.
What's he
What the
doing?
hell was that?
What's he doing to Gladys? Leave that donkey alone, Blue. Sounds distressing. I don't know. Somebody's put, oh no, it really is a globe in front of a horizontal, the water level. I don't know. I don't know.
But this is not.
That is me. In case anybody wants to know, I'm not shy. I go on the whiteboard quite often. We have been out there quite often doing tests.
Not about him.
As you can
Let's
see.
talk about another way we could look at LIGO. Now, this is the Hanford, Washington facility, and I just want to point out that that is what they call the northwest arm. This is what they call the southwest arm. And just to give you a feel for it, the elevation at the beginning of the northwest arm is 529.63 feet. At the center station, it's 533.78 feet.
So there's a slope downwards that way. Makes sense. I don't know why they want to put a slope in it. Doesn't make any sense to me. Anybody else think why they do that?
That's for the laser beam to flow.
To like a slope. Are you sure? I mean, it seems like they're putting a bit of a problem in there. But I mean, if Blue Marble says it, I mean, Blue Marble's saying it, then that's it.
This is science.
Yeah, Blue Marble science. Look, he's got arrows and everything.
And at the end of the southwest arm,
Look at that, it's another 4 foot.
Another arrow.
Yeah,
Damn.
4 foot that way and 4 foot that way as well. It's like there's slopes
Yep.
all over the place.
Laser flow.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah.
it's 537.84.
It's almost as if the quadratic function starts here and ends here and then starts here again and ends over here. Impossible, but that's almost as if that's the way he's trying to do it. But I guess if the numbers work out and you can do some maths, then it makes sense.
With a refraction.
Yeah.
Clearly, both of the beam tubes have about a 4-foot slope. Now, I'm not.
Did you hear that? Did you want to hear that? Blue Marble said it.
Clearly.
Clearly.
7.84. Clearly, both of the beam tubes have about a 4-foot slope.
Clearly. Both of the beam tubes have a 4 foot slope. Clearly. He's drawn it. He's put arrows on it and everything.
He won't give it up.
Yeah.
It's
Clearly.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I would say, Blue Marble Science, that they are probably horizontal. Like F.E. Dogma wrote in his first video when he was doing it. Horizontals and horizontals. But, hey, I don't have a model. It's just what I think would be natural without a model. But, let's see. Let's see.
Now, I'm not going to show you the elevations of both of the arms. That information is readily available. What I've done is I have taken all of those.
This is the good part.
Oh, thank you, Blue. We're getting a Blue Marble elevation profile. I'm going to have to go back.
Leveling the curve.
Everybody, breathe in. This is going to be some good stuff. 2 minutes. Oh, is there one? Yeah, there's 2 minutes left. Let's go. See what Blue Marble can do. I'll come back to it, but we'll let him speak this stuff. This is well practiced, rehearsed, scripted even. Let's see.
Clearly, both of the beam tubes have about a 4-foot slope. Now, I'm not going to show you the elevations of both of the arms. That information is readily available. What I've done is I have taken all of those elevations and I have plotted an elevation profile. These are the actual pad elevations that are measured on about 100-foot intervals. And you can see from this elevation data that that is clearly not a straight line. Yet we know the LIGO tube is straight. But what happens if we take the curvature of the Earth into account? If we adjust those elevations for Earth curvature at a radius of 3,959 miles, we get that yellow straight line.
What?
Wham! Magical.
What? How does he join the two ends up to make a straight line? What's he doing?
He's trying to explain that if this lever is straight line, therefore it would be impossible for LIGO to be straight. This
They're
is his
different
explanation.
distances. He's got this one here that says actual pad elevations. Now this is a longer distance than the straight line. How can you adjust a length to make it straight yet the same?
Impossible.
It is. It's completely impossible. Why has nobody told Blue that? Sorry, I was meant to be letting it play out. Let me play it out. We'll come back to it. Let's Blue finish. I don't want to interrupt.
Dogma told that this is impossible.
Yeah. Wow, this is fantastic.
And that line is perfectly straight. If you're interested in the actual data, you can go to those two links you see at the bottom of the page. Those beam tubes are straight. We know that for a fact. But the actual pad elevations show the Earth curvature. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
That is amazing.
We just had to get this replaced.
So
apparently that's common with these stupid things.
Oh, wait a minute. Hot mic. Somebody
Yeah.
Who's that, Mobius?
I think you're the only one, and Emma.
There you go. I got him.
So that's why it has to be globe, because horizontal, this LIGO is straight. That's why we have a globe. So this is his proof for globe.
I think so.
This is 5-year-old proof.
Straight lines are curved. He did say that, they're different. They're plotted. I don't know. Wasn't FE Dogma saying on your model this curves and that's ridiculous? But it seems like Blue Marble's owning that ridiculous curve now. Is he? He's just saying they adjust it in an impossible way to make a curved line straight. But then he has that one as... let's just go over this again.
He plotted a curve. Then he said he added the Earth curve.
Yeah, let's just listen to this. It's only a minute or two.
What I've done is I have taken all of those elevations and I have plotted an elevation profile. These are the actual pad elevations that are measured on about 100-foot intervals.
It's an actual elevation profile. He's plotted an actual elevation profile. But it's a straight line.
Curved.
He knows it's a straight line in reality.
Yep, and that's why he did the magic.
An elevation profile.
It's unbelievable.
This is the one that FE Dogma said was mine. And I think it's ridiculous. But Blue's now having it. What's going on? Has FE Dogma not talked to Blue?
Well, I think he knows it's ridiculous looking at this, right? plotted elevation curve, and it goes, wait a minute, got to fix this. And wham, 3959, add the Earth curve, and it straightens. It's amazing.
He doesn't straighten it, though. He still
Of
has
course
the
not.
slope.
Yeah.
Let's go again. Let's see.
And you can see from this elevation data that is clearly not a straight line.
Yeah, no kidding.
Why is he doing this? Surely
I don't
this is
know.
blue marble science. He's an engineer, supposedly. How can he do an elevation profile of a straight line and say it's clearly not a straight line? What's up with him? I don't know what's going on here.
Yet we know the LIGO tube is straight. But what happens if we take the curvature of the Earth into account?
You see?
Like, what happens if we take the curvature of the Earth into account? It is a straight
Told you, that's
line.
all he does. Yeah.
We know it's a straight line. Somehow Blue Marble Science has drawn an elevation profile of a not straight line.
Then adding the Earth curve,
and now he's going to
making
add
it straight.
curve it and then make it straight, but sloping.
My God.
Yes,
we know.
This is what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yes,
Well,
this is insane.
Blue Marble's allowing everybody to see all of the inadequacies of the globe. He's just sort of embodying them in some sort of, I call this a flat earth sort of breakdown of nonsensical shit. Doesn't make any sense why anybody would be doing this. I don't think this could possibly be explained. But Blue Marble, no doubt you'll be able to just say that we don't understand whatever it is. And I'm sure that'll be enough for other people on your side to actually do this.
If we adjust those elevations for Earth curvature at a radius of 3,959 miles, we get that yellow straight line.
If you adjust the elevations corrected for Earth curve, he can make a straight line.
He's creating new reality by drawing lines. He's creating new reality.
I think
this
so.
is beyond the pale.
Demigod or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. I mean, they're saying that we don't understand geometry. Well, if that's what they think geometry is, then yeah, you're damn right. I don't understand it. I think that's impossible. But it's Blue Marble Science. He's your man. Anybody wants to go over there and find out all of the globe proofs and how you can have elevation profiles of straight lines that look like curved lines that then you can apply some sort of radius to, you correct curved lines with a radius value to make them straight. I mean, it sounds impossible, but
bro,
Blue Marble Science.
He drew, listen to this, if you like, just put your brains around this. He drew an elevation profile of a curved line that looks like a satellite dish. Then he added Earth curve, and that made it a straight line.
He didn't. He just drew a straight line from one end to the other. That's what he actually did.
I know,
he
yeah.
got a curved line, and he drew what you'd call a chord, perhaps?
Yes, this chord is corrected elevations. Using this radius.
But
So
these are the
now
actual, he says these are the actual elevations. But he's going to correct them to not actual. And then say that that is the adjusted.
I don't
Yeah.
think that blue marble science distinct between actual and fantastic would be
This
the
is
same.
unbelievable. This.
Why you tag this on the end of FE Dogma's video, Blue? I'm struggling. Really? This sounds like you're having a little bit of a breakdown, to be honest. I know that there's no way you could ever explain this to anyone. But please try. See whether you could explain it to somebody like, let's say, Simon Dan, a simple person. One of the childlike minds.
I think this is Blue's version of advanced simplicity.
The globe. Just draw us.
Because,
Well, it should be a straight line, so let's just draw a straight line.
Because FE Dogma is too complicated, so he is just making some simplicity of this.
Blue, I'd say you should have talked to FE Dogma. Call this a straw man if you want, right? In order for you to not be able to have to explain it to other people. Just say, we're straw manning you. That'll get away from it. You'll never have to explain any of this stupid shit to anyone. Just tell me you're an engineer and that Bev's straw manning. It's great.
And that line is perfectly straight. If you're interested in the actual...
That line's perfectly straight because you've drawn a straight line. Like, he does know the difference between straight and not straight, it seems.
I'm having my doubts at this point. And I'm not kidding.
I thank you. Blue Marble Science. I really do thank you. I mean, FE Dogma had this video and there was only 300 and odd people that saw how ridiculous it was. But you've made it much more popular. Thank you for bringing it out there.
So advanced simplicity works.
Yeah. If you do some drawings of elevation profiles of straight lines and you find that they're not straight lines, well, just draw a straight line. It'll work. Never mind. It's only the globe model. I mean, it's Blue Marble Science. Just claim you're an engineer and you know about all of this sort of stuff. Concrete pourers are definitely know to make the actual pad elevations there and just draw a straight line for... I mean, these aren't... Obviously, they're not actual elevations on this line here, are they? If these are the actual elevations and he's just drawn this line here for correcting to make it straight, but they're not the same elevations.
They are not actual. They are not actual. So why he is correcting while they are not actual, and they are not going to be actual? For what sake he is doing that?
A freaking satellite dish. A satellite dish.
He should be doing welcome to the globe. I mean, if you can't see where the globe is in that, it's upside down, but I mean, you know, like the curve that you want is completely the opposite curve.
Yeah, I was waiting till somebody noticed that. It's the other way around, Blue.
Yes, concave.
You even got that wrong.
Maybe he's concave earther.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think I've got here. Oh, look at this. Oh. Let me, here. You guys can see that. Can you see that full screen in Discord?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now this is something that FE Dogma sent to Mobius over in... Well, I think it was when Mobius was trying to get his chat with Blue Marble Science. And Blue Marble Science was running away. And FE Dogma came to obviously defend his twin tangent thing. This is over at Geo. So FE Dogma says, again Mobius, because they're obsessed with Mobius. Blue Marble Science is scared to have a discussion with Mobius about these geometric facts of LIGO. He's been running from him for ages. Scared shitless. He always sends FE Dogma to come and do his dirty work because he can't bear to have a chat with Mobius. He says, again, Mobius, look at this diagram. Are you really going to claim that the line AB must be tangent to the circle because line BC is? So you can obviously see that this is how FE Dogma ended up putting a tangent at B. He just drew a circle on the side of it.
Yes, and it makes line AB vertical. So one of the arms of the LIGO is vertical.
Well,
Happy
yeah,
days.
if this is the globe, but I mean, it's just a circle,
Yes.
right? Obviously. This isn't a globe model with a radius that's vertical on the globe model. This is a reality circle that he's just drawn on the side of LIGO. But I mean, you can see that A's over here that has no tangent. I mean, it can't obviously be tangent over here as well. It's impossible, like FE Dogma said. This whole thing is impossible for you to have a tangent here and a tangent here. So, there you go. But that's just globe science for you. It's got nothing to do with actual geometry, as FE Dogma shows here. The twin tangents of LIGO, the twin tangent conundrum for the blue marble science community has been solved pretty well. Blue marble has been led to ridiculous elevation profiles of straight lines that aren't straight, but then you just draw straight lines on them anyway, and you can get away with that. FE Dogma has been exposed as saying that it's impossible. You can't actually have two tangents on the same straight line, and then going ahead and drawing it anyway. This LIGO thing seems like a bit of a catastrophe for the globe model, for blue marble science. Not like blue marble science, the dude, but blue marble science, as in the whole scientific area of drawing straight lines and doing geometry.
Scientific body.
Yeah, the scientific body that tries to science geometry and reality. Like, you link the two, reality and geometry, together, and you end up with some sort of science. Model science, obviously. Because, I don't know, they have a problem with it. What have we got going on in the chat? Oh, wow. Come on, guys. What have we got? Okie dokie. So I'll get this other video ready for us to look at, I think. Seeing as the Discord chat, if anybody wants to come into Discord chat, have a look at some proper triggered people having a great time. They are. Team, we've got the there's another crew of people having fun. Right, let me get this video. I don't know where I put it now. Oh, that's the shorter one. I don't know where I put it. maybe in here. Oh, here it is.
According to the
Right. Let me get this on here. Screen. Windows. Right now. Are you guys all right with that?
Yes, we can see that.
And right. Okie dokie. Now, this is a few little clips that I've picked out of a couple of meetings that we had with I can science that, or I can't science that, or whatever you want to call it. This is well, I'll go over them. I'll hopefully try and pick a few of them out. There are a few bits I'd like to cut this down, but I'll let you hear a few of the bits here.
The blue curve you drew on your diagram there, according to the theory where we're using the curved datum.
That's Blue Marble Science's graphic.
Okay.
He has three different horizontal planes.
Okay.
In between A and C, there is 3 different horizontal planes in Blue Marble Science's graphic. Yes.
Right. The theory says that you can have multiple horizontal planes.
Right. So the theory says you can have multiple horizontal planes, says I can science that.
But not at the same place.
Well, yeah, like that's it here. You've got from A to C of a water level, and you can imagine a bit in the middle, and that's where the horizontal plane goes up to. So there are multiple horizontal planes from A to C, apparently, on their model. At least that's the theory, not in practice. In the theory, that's what he's talking about. Theory of the model. Multiple horizontal planes.
Yeah. That's what the theory says.
That's what the theory says. And I don't know where anybody's ever said this. I've only ever heard people say this in Discord servers. And not very often. They're a bit shy to say it because it sounds ridiculous. But they say it. Yeah, I can science that. Just said it.
I thought we understood that. So what would the elevation be? I'll remind you that elevation is always referenced against the spherical datum in this theory. So if this theory is being considered, what is the elevation of the blue line at point B? Is it positive, negative, or 0?
Wouldn't have a clue. What is the elevation of that point if this point is curved? I mean, it's a ridiculous question. I wouldn't know. Don't have a clue. You've not given me any basis to go off. If you're going off that line from A to C, then it's above it. If you're going from some reference point somewhere else, then it's below it. I don't like you've given us nothing to go off.
All right, great. I'm going to take you at your word. I'm going to say you're a completely honest person. But you just stated very clearly that you do not understand.
How dishonest. He says I'm going to take you that you're an honest person and then say that you're dishonest.
You know, that's the point I was going to make. Has he ever called you out and proved that you had lied about anything?
No.
No, so exactly. So why would he consider you dishonest until he finds you dishonest, finds you doing something dishonest?
I don't know.
Just the
'Cause he's
position they have to take.
his theory.
They have to assume. I'm sorry. They have to assume you're a liar. You know?
Yeah, he's just got he has a theory. That's all he's talking about. Just
Why does your honesty come into question?
Well,
And remember, he's talking about not his model. This is just a model. This is not his model, but he has audacity to call you dishonest.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can definitely draw a circle,
right?
But you can't have multiple horizontal planes across a span where there would be one horizontal plane. That's ridiculous. How anybody can have the nerve to draw that? I don't know. Like, just because you have a model, you can't then go around waving ridiculous things at people and saying that you're dishonest if you don't go along with this. Because Blue Marble Science has done something ridiculous. We're only 1 minute in. I don't understand why you're here trying to do this. I don't understand why you've allowed yourself to be in this position.
I asked the question.
People have put you here, and it's not very comfortable for you, is it?
He didn't say he didn't understand.
Did he say
he said you didn't give him any basis? You didn't give him anything to go off of.
I have provided that information. The information was provided. I said the reference datum was going to be a sphere. You said that point A was at elevation 0. With that information, if you understand the model, you have plenty to answer the question.
No, it's Euclid night, and you would have to know the center to know that the same radius, even if you were doing your ridiculous model. But you haven't got that in that picture. There is nothing to go off except the reference frame of the water level. That's why it's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane.
Okay, so here's the deal, guys. You can continue with
Don't
this
want your deal.
approach.
Don't want your deal.
So we can say that I can science that as a science denier. That's what we can get out of this time. A water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference. It's been used for thousands of years to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Clearly, I can science that is a science denier.
You cannot have a globe.
Your handlers wanted you to leave a long time ago.
No kidding, right?
Listen to this. This is what I wanted.
You cannot have a globe.
The people that were mad at you for talking to us wanted you to leave.
Did you hear that? He does say it again. You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. He says it again. He needs to get it out. He has to say it.
A long time ago.
You cannot have a globe.
He's got to say what he's got to say.
He's got to say it. Big E. We got to get the Big E in there. Go to your deity. Go to your God, dude. Go ahead.
Again.
Go on, preach.
Go ahead.
Preach it.
Again.
Come on.
Preach it, brother. Preach it.
You
Get
cannot have a
globe in there
globe.
10 times.
Come on,
There you
Ricky.
go.
Let him
Cannot have a
do his
globe.
preaching bit. Come on. Jump on the pulpit.
You cannot have
Off
a
you go.
globe if water forms a plane.
You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. Needs to be a song or something. It's quite rhythmical, isn't it? You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. Everybody say it. Come on. You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane.
This is conditional, and because it is proven, so we have modus tollens. Thank you very much. Globe is killed.
I think everybody can agree with that.
I think everybody can agree with that. Everybody can agree with that. I think I can science that is correct there, where if we say that as a statement, you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. Everybody can agree with it.
That's a fact.
And because we have a plane, therefore we cannot have a globe. Sorry. Goodbye, globe.
Yeah.
of a globe
It's got to be
if water
confident.
forms a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
And if science tells us that
Science.
the ocean is a globe, science cannot tell us water forms a plane.
There you go. So if science tells us the oceans form a globe, then science can't say that water forms a plane. That's what he's saying.
So what he's saying is that science can say against reality, and we have to believe them.
Yeah.
Basically, what he's saying is
That's
science
what he
can
said.
lie.
Because science said that we have spherical level, therefore we have to reject reality.
He just discredited science.
Well, like I say, this isn't science as far as I know, because I've never heard science say that the oceans form a globe. Sounds ridiculous, and it doesn't sound anything like what science would say to me. It's not formulated well at all, and it's not formulated into anything that has a coherent sentence structure to it at all. Not
It's
scientific.
simply a method. It can't say anything. It's the man or woman that says something.
Yeah, a lot of people use this science as some sort of a weapon.
Yeah.
And it's not.
That's right. Science doesn't speak, walk, talk, or tap dance. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just some people.
Yeah. Yeah, some people who, it seems, have got science in their YouTube or Discord name. Presume that they can speak for science, which is a little bit big-headed of people. I mean, come on. People shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't be taking on science.
This is a slightly abused word.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's science, inverted commas, little bunny ears. Science, not like actual science. This is science. Call it blue marble science. He wants to own it all. I think he should. He's helping everybody out with it, telling everybody the right way to go.
Science.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Those are inconsistent statements. We already agreed.
Brilliant.
So
yeah,
you can't pick one of those statements and say that that is science.
Interesting. So you can have your.
So you can't pick what he's saying. Science is good enough to be able to work out. You can only have one of those statements.
You can have your God. All right, thank you. We got it. We got it. So,
we
so,
understand that.
so here,
it's one or the other.
Since somebody was so intent on putting words in other people's mouths, let me do it just out of fun. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. Here, let me just say what we said. You can't have your globe God if a water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
That's what he said, yeah. If a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, poof goes the globe.
Sorry.
Yep.
Hey, simple as this.
You lose your deity. Oh, well.
You guys are trying to claim that science says something.
I see why you're
fighting
for it so hard now. I think I've done it.
We're not trying to do that. That's a lie. We're waiting for you to prove to us that a water level tool doesn't establish a horizontal. As soon as you can do that,
he can't do. He's just said. He said out of I can science that's mouth. If a water level establishes a horizontal plane, there can be no globe.
No, I didn't say that, Bev.
Mm-hmm. What was your statement then?
If water forms a perfect plane, there can be no globe.
Who says that?
Mm-hmm. If water forms a perfect plane, there can be no globe. That's pretty much what I said. If a water level forms a horizontal plane.
But he is not talking about water level. This is his this catch, that he didn't say water level. Water.
Yeah, but there is water in a water level, and it is the water that finds its own level.
Yes, but he would defend himself that he was not talking about water level. Of course, this is silly because water behaves similar in similar circumstances. So this is no any argument. This is not an argument, but who knows how he could defend himself from this statement.
Oh, let's see. I think we
Who
what
said
about
that?
water within a water level tool?
What about a water level tool, preacher?
Do you think that that water in the tool behaves differently than water outside the tool?
Question. He asked. Do you think they're different? This is a different clip from a different thing now.
Why do you think I'm just accepting stuff without question? I mean, like, what do you think over these, let's see how many years I've been to college, I've done surveying, done building construction, I've served my time as a joiner, and then over the last 4 years, been working with Spot On and the Next Level on the Level crew. To develop this realizing Euclid test. Seems like you're shitting all over it for, I don't know, for some reason. Why are you doing that?
I didn't shit on it. We do need to wrap up. It's about 5 o'clock, and I know it's late for you. So let's try to wrap up. I'm going to try one more time to try to bring us together and see where we get. I think that sounds like you guys had a great time with it. You're realizing Euclid, and that's cool. I got no problem with that. No problem with it. But I want to.
It's got no problem with realizing Euclid. Not a problem. I don't know where Kevin's here. See his body language. I've got no problem with it. He's justifying it to himself, right? He has a massive problem with it, obviously.
Definitely. Yeah. Well, when he first started that clip, when he said, we're going to try to, what did he say? We're going to try to bring us together. And he was shaking his head no.
I think Euclid is his biggest problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of them for sure.
Yeah. So
to clarify for people who seem to have misunderstood your test, that your test does not show that water levels are level, does not show that water levels are horizontal, does not show that water levels are planar.
It does, he's trying to get us to say that the test, that water levels are planar, comes nothing into it, but where the actual test is to prove that no part of a straight line can lie within a plane and another part without it. We use a water level because it does establish a horizontal plane. And then we show a shared straight line segment where we overlap them in the center. So we use a water level and its plane ability to form a plane to do the Euclid test. Now, don't forget, we did this a year ago. It's already been done. We did it, we proved it to ourselves, and we've gone on with it. Developing the structure behind it, how to present it. And that's all I was trying to do. I was trying to present it to this man. He's obviously developed a problem with the fact that we use the water level as the tool to establish the plane within the realizing Euclid test that we've done. And now he's trying to get us to say that it didn't form a plane when that was the whole basis of the test.
Yes, because without it, this test would be pointless completely.
Yeah, in order to prove that no part of a straight line lies within a plane and another part without it, or in a higher plane or whatever, you have to start off with number one, scientific method. Let's find something that forms a plane. If you don't have that as your first step, then you failed. And your man here, I can science that, is just not understanding that that is what we did. I think it, he's showing he's got a bit of a problem. He doesn't look too happy there, like he should.
Can you agree to that?
No. That's the basis of that's why we used water levels.
Right. It was accepted as a given. It was not questioned.
Like, I don't know what sort of answer he was after there. That's sad. He didn't hear me. He's looking at his monitor, not listening. Doesn't understand. Well, to do a realizing Euclid test about the plane.
The fact that water levels create the horizontal plane was not to be questioned.
Well, it worked with the Euclid test to show that all parts of the water level lay within the plane.
It didn't show that. You just accepted that.
I'm learning, Kevin. He's got like an affirmation nod where he's trying to get me to agree with him.
But this statement is nonsensical. It didn't show, but you accepted this.
Yeah.
This is nonsense. So this water level didn't show you level, but you accepted it, that it would be a level. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Idiotic statement.
Yeah.
No, I think it did show that. Yeah, I think it did. I think Spot On will agree with me as well.
All right, great. So you and Spot On think that your test definitely shows that all points in a water level are planar.
Yeah, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Yeah, that's
okay.
The realizing Euclid, yeah.
Okay,
within
great.
a plane.
Okay, I think we're very clear then. And then I would like to follow that up with, you have heard me say that it does not do any such thing.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the first person? I think I'm late to this party. When did you guys do this test?
Last year.
Yeah, so it's been like a year.
It was about this time last year.
So it's been about a year. And in that time, have you heard from anyone else that said something similar to what I'm saying about how it can't discern that?
Like he's just saying it can't. And then saying, have you ever heard anybody else say that? Yeah, there's loads of model afflicted people around. And he's obviously struggling. I don't know what the narrative is that he's trying to push here.
Yeah, but we wouldn't assume that, just kind of everyday people that may have heard of a water level or used one, maybe in a backyard project, anything like that, whether they would say that.
Yeah.
I don't think they would say that. What he said, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is interesting.
This is globe science. Because he's saying he can science it, but his science just says, well, the globe doesn't say that.
Well,
the globe says something else. There's another theory.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing that we brought up. I brought up. I dropped it in his chat. Not that we all love Wikipedia by any means, but at least as far as I know, when he did this show, at least it was this way. Maybe the editors have changed it since then. But even the Wikipedia for a water level tool is that a water level establishes they have local horizontal plane of reference. It establishes a horizontal plane of reference, but he's saying that it doesn't. And now he's going to ask you if anybody else has said it doesn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, more
Weird that.
people that disagree with like Wiki and I don't know. Say we're only in reality, and this guy, he's got a model. I mean, we know that. We know people have models, but there is only one reality. That's it. Well, we did have Sean G saying there is no effing hump, which I think you did say there was a hump. And he said there's definitely no hump. There has been people like you that say there's a drop, but then they sort of realise that vertical drop that's how water flows. So that does sound a little bit. You had a vertical drop measured with the auto level.
I don't think that's the question that I asked. I think Rumpus has told you before something very similar to what I'm saying now, which is that your test is incapable of discerning whether or not water levels are planar.
He's honestly thinking that Rumpus word counts for anything round here. Like Rumpus has told me. Yeah, Rumpus is useless. Rumpus hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. Rumpus just insults people, and there's no argument comes from Rumpus. Just because Rumpus says something, that doesn't mean anything at all.
He's willing to
knows
accept any reinforcement he can get.
I think Rumpus is in the chat with him,
I
telling
agree.
him what to say. Rumpus told him to say that. Obviously. He's a puppet for Rumpus because Rumpus can't come and do this himself. And Rumpus needs the drop because Rumpus has got his Bedford test wrecked thing. It's just the realizing Euclid test. I mean,
did Rumpus
I'm
tell
really
you this
going to
before?
have to. Rumpus has said loads of things. Mainly, they're all nasty. So you don't really get much chance to hear much about Rumpus.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Anybody besides me? Am I the first one who's ever suggested to you that your test cannot discern that?
Cannot discern what?
Whether or not water levels are planar.
See, the test wasn't to discern whether water levels were planar. We used a tool that establishes a plane to do the realizing Euclid test.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. It's like oh, sorry, Paper, go ahead.
He's repeating himself because he asked this question. If you are taking this as given, that water level is creating plane. So now he is repeating because he don't want you to think about that in that way. This is very inconvenient for him. He cannot believe that you take as given that water level creates straight level.
Yeah, and it, you got to say that it's interesting again that he isn't aware that the water level is a tool, or he denies it because again, almost everybody that has ever used a water level or understands what a water level tool is knows it establishes a horizontal plane of reference. So it's like saying to say that you have to try to test that tool for what the tool does is like saying you need to test the screwdriver to see if it drives screws. This is just strange.
Yeah, or you need to test a ruler to make sure it's straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time.
This is circular reasoning. And he's accusing you of circular reasoning, but he is making the circular reasoning instead.
We go. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. The people have said but most of the people that have actually been involved with the test agree that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. That's why we used it.
Right, but
it would be
agreeing
foolish to
that-
not use a tool that establishes a horizontal plane in order to do a test, the realizing Euclid test, and bound that very plane.
and you honestly, you're gonna tell us that that's not circular logic.
Yeah, definitely it's not. It's part of the scientific method to use the tools that are available to you to do the test that you're meant to.
Yes, and this is based on common notion that water seeks its own level. This is common notion. There is nothing to prove in that. This is obvious.
Yes. A plane is not circular.
You're not being, you don't see your own circular logic. That
By using
level,
a tool that
a
establishes
water
a
level is
plane.
a tool to create a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
I used the tool to create a horizontal plane.
Yeah, to
I used
show
the
that
same
no
tool to measure
no
the
part of
horizontal
that plane, no part of that line can lie within the plane, and part of it without the plane.
You used a water level to create a horizontal plane.
A water level does establish a horizontal plane.
Uh-huh.
And we use that.
Uh-huh. And then you measured that horizontal plane using a water level.
Yes, shows a
And
shared
then walked
straight line
home and
segment.
declared, I have proved that if I say rulers measure meters.
See, this is ridiculous, but I'm coming to the realization that I don't think he understands the geometric shared straight line segment. I really don't. Because this is a bit ridiculous here.
Or he doesn't want to.
Well, yeah, maybe.
I think that's probably more so what it is.
Oh, sorry. We carry on with this. This is a really strange example with a ruler.
So this is a meter. And
it's not. It's a little tiny 6-inch ruler, if that.
I measure out a meter worth of spaghetti with my...
He's serious about this as well. Look at this. This is his logic. This is.
Oh no, I can't believe this.
My ruler. That's a meter.
It's a spaghetti. What's he doing?
It doesn't appear to be a meter either.
Yeah, and he's not snapped it.
How do I know?
It's crazy.
Because rulers measure meters. Proven.
Rulers measure meters. With a little clicky eye, hand wave, that's it.
Oh, God.
That's ridiculous.
What's the problem with my logic?
Would you call that logic?
I'd call that circular.
Would you? I wouldn't call it logic, would you?
Well, it's bad logic. It's faulty. It's faulty. Same as what you're doing. All you got to do is replace ruler with water level, replace meter with horizontal plane, and the stick with your overlapping things. It's the same sequence. It's a circular sequence. And I'm struggling to see how anybody can't see that that's circular.
That was genius, that. I'll rewind this just this little bit.
Yeah, you need to play that
because this is like, I'm pretty sure aporia was reached, and I can't quite pick out where it is, but it's somewhere along this path that he's just going to do. He's going to do a clicky eye wink, feel really confident, and then go into a sentence or two that just he loses himself on the way. Listen.
Proven. What's the problem with my logic?
Would you call that logic?
I'd call that circular.
Would you?
I wouldn't call it logic, would you?
Well, it's bad logic. It's faulty. It's faulty. Same as what you're doing. All you got to do is replace ruler with water level, replace meter with horizontal plane, and the stick
I think,
with your overlapping things. It's the same sequence. It's a circular sequence. And I'm struggling to see how anybody can't see that that's circular. You used a water level to prove a water level.
No.
That doesn't, no.
That's
that
not
doesn't
what we
do
were
that.
doing. Realizing Euclid. See,
It's a bit dishonest.
Yeah.
And this is false analogy because ruler is made by man with carved centimeters or inches or whatever, but water level is doing by itself what it is doing. You don't need any tool to make it happen. It would make it happen anyway. So that's why this is common notion, and that's why his analogy is false, because you can measure wrongly something. You can be mistaken, but water will be not mistaken, because water always will seek its own level, regardless if we are measuring right or wrong. It's independent from us, water.
Excellent point, Paper. Excellent point.
Yeah. Self-evident. Sort of, it just does. But these guys want science. They want to be able to science these natural phenomena. Perhaps. Don't know whether it has to say that, but this is science. And water is definitely natural. So I guess you could say it is self-evident that water finds its own level.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, I think that this is very. Some people, for example, Nathan Oakley is using in bad sense this natural phenomenon, because water in the tool, it would behave anyway naturally, because water cannot behave otherwise than naturally. Water cannot fly, jump, or whatever. It always seeks level, and in this tool we are just making it easier to do. That's all. But the phenomenon is still natural, because water is doing what is doing in natural, in nature.
We're taking its natural ability and making
More
it
controlled.
Yes,
You're controlling the outside factors when you put it in a tomb more than if it's exposed.
Yes, but it's still natural. It's you cannot say that this is natural behavior of water. It's still natural for me.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Godzilla. He's just gifted a few memberships to people. So if you found out you've just turned green, thank you to Godzilla. I don't know how you do that, but yeah, thank you very much. And I guess a lot of people will be thanking you for it. I thank you very much. Let's go with this.
But then you represented your test as if it proved the water level was flat.
He said, like, we represented the test as if we proved the water level. No, we did not do that. We showed that you can realize Euclidean geometry into reality. That was the purpose of the test. Not to prove water levels. That's ridiculous.
Totally. And the water level tool is axiomatic. You almost said it, but it's self-evident, right?
Yeah.
It's axiomatic. But these folks have a problem with axioms. because there's a correlation to another axiom way back in book 1. I mean, this is book 11 of Euclid, but way back in book 1, there's an axiom, isn't there, that they have a problem with?
Yeah.
They don't even call it an axiom anymore.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they've hidden a load of axioms.
Yeah, right.
All sorts of stuff. And it's allowed for all sorts of fantastic things to be said and done. Because people have dropped these self-evident axioms, but I mean, that's what an axiom is. And as well, like people say, because it's axiomatic, it can't be proved. Well, can't it? You really can't prove that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference because it's axiomatic. I'd say it can. Everything that's there in reality can obviously be proved if there's a truth behind it.
Yes, this is proof a posteriori. It means that it always works that way, without exception.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't
this is
mean
proof.
you can't prove it.
It
does
yeah,
it? You know, you don't need to prove it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why we call it self-evident. But this is generally, it is provable.
Yeah.
By experiment. You are doing thousands of times the same experiment. You are repeating this, and you have same result. So this is experiment you are doing with water level, and you have the same result. This is perfectly done experiment.
Yeah,
and
always scientific, right? It follows. You can easily follow the scientific method to do any of these tests.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Which these guys do have science in their name. I mean, I don't have science in my name. But you'd think that these guys should be full of the science, being able to prove these sort of things in reality. It should be obvious to these science people, blue marble sciences, should be able to science whether a water level is self-evident. We say horizontal level. You say something different, but no science coming from it. Very strange. Lots of claims of science, though, which is the one that's getting to me. Listen to what he goes. Use the tool for establishing a plane to show that no part of that plane can lie within the plane and another part of it outside of it.
Right. That's great. As long as what you created was a plane, seems good. But if what you created was not a plane, the test would still come out same.
So the test would still come out the same for a plane.
No, it wouldn't.
That is some of the most ridiculous science I've ever heard.
I don't think he knows what he said.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I think that he thinks that you wouldn't notice the difference.
He must think that we are stupid, but not only us. The people on, that he's listening, his fans or whatever, they're listening to him. He must be able to think that he can get away with saying that to everyone. He's not just saying it to me. He's saying it to everybody that's listening. And that's a bold thing to be able to say, that you can't tell the difference between a plane and a not plane.
That seems to be a common theme coming up lately. I heard the same thing from two people day before yesterday. Two different surfaces behaving exactly the same.
This is science. This is the blue marble science. It's a new type of science that seems to disregard all geometry and other sciences and just forge ahead with a model. You stick rigidly to what the model says, and that's what your science is going to be. As far as I can guess. You're suggesting that you should do a test to establish whether you think a water level, what it does. Because, I mean, it seems like you're unsure of what a water level is and what it does.
What I'm trying to represent here is that I'm open-minded enough and imaginative enough to consider multiple possibilities, even the ones that I don't believe in.
He did the glasses shift, but it's in the center one there. That's serious stuff when you do that. You can wobble the outside like an Eric Morecambe thing. It's a bit of a joking one, that. But when you touch it right in the middle of your eyes to recenter your glasses, that's serious. Now, what he's just said here is that he can imagine. I think this is one of the best quotes. This sums up this particular science, I think, for us. This is some of the best stuff I've ever done. And I keep wanting to try and clip this down and make it smaller and neater. But I think it might lose its initial stuff. We need to keep it all in context. I'll go back again because this is good.
Seems good. But if what you created was not a plane, the test would still come out same.
So you're suggesting that you should do a test to establish whether you think a water level, what it does. Because, I mean, it seems like you're unsure of what a water level is and what it does.
What I'm trying to represent here is that I'm open-minded enough and imaginative enough to consider multiple possibilities, even the ones that I don't believe in. Even the ones that I think are not true, I can still imagine them, and I can design tests to see if they're true or not. Can you?
Test to see if what?
Can you imagine things that you don't believe in?
Can what? Give us something.
Can you not?
Go on, give us an idea. What do you want me to imagine?
I want you to imagine.
Yeah, I can remember this. What do you think he wants me to imagine? Pink elephants?
No, I'm pretty sure you're good there.
We know.
I was testing him to see how imaginative he could be, and it's obvious. His imagination only ever goes to one place. Every time. And it's amazing. Yeah. He says he's bragging about how imaginative he is. And I give him a chance to show me. Go on then.
Imagine that water is not a horizontal plane, but is in fact a giant sphere.
They can't help it. They have to.
Watch his face, though. I mean, he's so acting this. I mean, I think it looks like he even checks himself out in the camera to see how well he looks when he's saying it. It's brilliant.
And imaginative enough to consider multiple possibilities, even the ones that I don't believe in. Even the ones that I think are not true, I can still imagine them, and I can design tests to see if they're true or not. Can you?
Test to see if what?
Can you imagine things that you don't believe in?
Can what? Give us something.
Can you not?
Go on, give us an idea. What do you want me to imagine?
I want you to imagine that water is not a horizontal plane, but is in fact a giant sphere.
Sorry. Your
There
you go.
wizardry
dragon.
is
I should have just started
useless.
with
You
that.
could. I was like there. I did slip, right? But I couldn't stop
How could you help
myself.
it?
I couldn't, right? I was giving him every chance, and I could see how he was building it up. He adjusted his glasses. He was doing the looking down, a bit coy, to try and get me to, get involved with it. And that's the best he could come up with, water ball. I want you to imagine water ball.
Yeah.
Brilliant. You don't try a bit better than that.
I could have just started with that then, because I'm going to say if you can't imagine something, you're immediately disqualified from judging it.
That's brilliant, that, isn't it? If you can't imagine it, then you're not allowed to come and be along in the conversation. So I'm just going to disregard you out of the conversation.
So he would kick Mr. Spock out of the conversation, I'm guessing that.
Yeah, that's science. That's science for you. That they can boom, get out. If you can't even imagine this shit that I'm thinking about, get out of here. You don't belong in this scientific community.
Yeah, wow.
If you don't want to play my computer game, you are out of the game. I don't like it.
Yeah. I'm going to pick up my ball and fucking go home.
Take it home.
Yeah.
No soup for you.
Oh, go on. Let's go.
You can't even imagine it. How could you be clever enough to test it if you can't even imagine it?
Is that science? Are we sciencing the shit out of this by imagining it first?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, he does. He agrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
Now you're
science.
getting it. And
All
saying
right,
that
I'm
if
ready
you
to wrap
can't
it up.
imagine it.
I'm ready to wrap it up right there. I think that sums it up. If you can't even imagine something,
There you go. Job done.
then you're just not clever enough to be able to do any discernment on it.
That's my favorite part.
That's brilliant, isn't it? If you can't
I'm ready
even
to wrap
imagine
it
it,
up.
then you're not even clever enough to do any discernment on it. But
Yeah,
as
that
we've
pissed me
done the
off for you,
trivium,
man.
as we've done the trivium, how do you discern something? You have to be able to predicate upon it. And you cannot predicate upon something in your imagination. It's just not possible.
And this is against scientific method, because if you have a positive claim in hypothesis, you have null hypothesis. And null hypothesis is that it is not doing what it's supposed to do, but you still don't know what it would be, just not doing. So in your null hypothesis, there is something you don't know. So you are justified to don't know what the outcome would be. So you are justified to not to imagine. So you are right that you cannot imagine, because you cannot imagine null hypothesis.
Yeah.
Null hypothesis is just not doing that what I expect. That's it. Nothing else.
Spaghetti geometry. He wants us to imagine.
Yeah, he wants us to imagine it, but then allow for it also. Just the possibility of it. And then you can do science. And if you can do science on stuff that you can imagine, then you can realize stuff in science, can't you? It makes it real to them. That's a way to realize their imaginations, through science. Science fiction, if you must. If you will. Because I think these people literally have realized science fiction. That's what he's doing now. He's just telling you that.
You just have to step back and let cleverer people do it for you.
You just have to step back and let cleverer people. And when he means cleverer people, he just means people that can imagine stuff that you can't. Because that's the sign of intelligence now for this man.
Yes, if you are able to do science fiction, you are clever.
Mm-hmm. You're more cleverer than somebody that can't do science fiction. And if you can't do science fiction, then you can't be even joining into the conversation because you can't judge anything.
And look at the look on his face. It's like he's dismissing you now.
Mm-hmm.
An idiot.
Yeah, we were going over this with Kevin. This guy's face you could write another story just by pausing it and watching this guy's face.
Yeah.
In fact, you probably get a lot closer to the truth if you watched all of his micro reactions and micro expressions.
Yep.
To imagination.
Yeah, if you can't imagine something, you can't. I don't see how you could have enough brain power to determine whether it was true or not.
If you can't imagine something, he can't imagine how you'd have the brain power to imagine whether it was true or not. But it's just imagined, but there's some truth value there somewhere where he's going to try and get out of imagination.
So he is demanding from you that you could accept science fiction as true. And if you cannot do that, you are not you have no brain power.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
This science isn't anything like I don't know, quote unquote science. I mean, what is the scientific method? Did QE rewrite the scientific method, or is this guy rewriting the scientific method to get away from the scientific method that QE's wrote? I mean, they're both. Are they either of them actually the scientific method that anybody's using? I mean, it does seem like we've lost sight of what science is, to me. Within an argument, at least, anyway.
In scientific method, in that part, I think Q is right, because you have hypothesis and null hypothesis. And null, that means only that you are manipulating the cause. It means, for example, you are pouring water into water level tool, and water equalizes, and you are confirming your hypothesis that water would do what it does. But your null hypothesis would be that water would not equalize. This is your null hypothesis. You don't know in which way it wouldn't do that, because you don't know. But this is your null hypothesis, which doesn't occur anyway.
Yeah.
But that's all. You cannot predict a model from your null hypothesis anyway.
Just Barry says, it horrifies me to think he's a teacher at a school. Now, I'm definitely not a teacher at a school. But is this guy a teacher at a school? He can't be. He did say he taught engineering, but I don't think he's a teacher at an engineering school, is he? I mean, that'd be terrible.
Yes, it would be terrible, because I think that he couldn't answer simple questions about simple things, like circle with his what he called it, tolerance of curvature, whatever, in the circle. So this is just ridiculous.
Here we go. He's lost.
And so there you are. I honestly, I don't think that's fair. I think you're more clever than that. I think
he doesn't lie in.
I think you can imagine it. I think you don't want to do the test.
We've done the test.
You clearly have not.
Yeah, we have. We've done. See what? This bit here, I don't know. Like something slips in him. He's just gone from the imagination thing, and now he's telling us that we haven't done the test that we did a year ago. That he's getting upset because I've explained realizing Euclid test to him.
It's like he couldn't get you to where he wanted you to go, so now he's just going to deny everything.
Yeah, this is very strange. There's something going on here that this little bit now.
I thought he was joking or something when he said this.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether somebody said trigger him by telling me he hasn't done it.
He is expecting from you that you should doubt in water level, but you did it. So why should you doubt in that? But he's still insisting that you should doubt. This is just silly.
Yeah. We've done our realizing Euclid test. I mean, like, you can do your test.
We're going to be honest here, right? Honesty is important. Honesty is the one important thing here. You can believe whatever you want, but you're going to be honest. You've established you looked over 50 meters.
See, why is he looking over 50 meters? He's going to something different. Somebody's telling him to say something that it doesn't make sense. He's looked over 50 meters. Where's he get that from? He's completely misconstrued in the Euclid, realizing Euclid test now. And us looking through an auto level, they're like completely different.
And then when I described the Alfred Wallace test, you represented that you didn't even know that that's how it went. That's what you claimed. So no, you haven't done the test. And anything else is a lie at this point. So, and I won't stand for it. I'll happily accept that you've never tested it and that you don't want to test it. I can't tell you have to, but I won't accept that you've done the test. That's not consistent with your other statements tonight.
See, I mean, what's he going on about? We've definitely done the test, but now he's saying he won't accept that we have done the test because it's not consistent with the other statements. I think what he's done here is he's made up his mind that we should have done a different test. And that's the one that he's now saying that we haven't done. The one that he's made up, that he thinks we should have done. But I think he's just imagined that himself. And I can't imagine what test he's devised that we haven't done.
Well, we did do the test.
And I will not accept,
I'm sorry,
that you're unaware that some very clever people have told you your test does not do what you're representing that it does.
He won't accept that rumpus, he means, and to call rumpus a very clever people. I don't know.
Yes, he's not accepting that water level is leveling itself.
Yeah. Yeah, or realizing that there is a way to use those points to establish a geometric proof in reality, right? That's what he's not accepting.
Yes, he's not accepting historical fact.
Mm-hmm.
Just it. Because this is historical fact. Yes, that you did something. This is historical fact, and he cannot accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Just it. He is starting to deny his senses.
I think so. Negative says he trusts in Slice Arcane's water level test. I wouldn't trust in Slice Arcane, but hey, if Slice Arcane wants to come round and talk about his water level test, I'd love to hear that, because like I say, we've got this realizing Euclid test about a plane, and I'd love to have a word with Slice Arcane about that and other things. So Sly, if you're one of the people, if any one of the people are listening and they know Slice Arcane, just give him a nudge, tell him to come over. I'll go to meet him somewhere and we'll talk about these water level tests. I'll talk about our Euclid one and he can do his one. It'd be great. It's got loads of tube. I think he might be willing to donate it to somebody because he's not using it. I'd be careful about those very clever people telling you things about me. Sometimes,
they may be wrong.
Sometimes people lie.
Sometimes they do, but to represent that such a thing is not the case would be a lie, right? To say that you're unaware that your test is not agreed by people, that it says the things you say it says, right?
Yeah, some people are way model afflicted and they've had their minds clouded by that model.
Right. You like to use those kinds of words, model afflicted.
Yep.
Seems like you're trying to, I don't know, create some kind of insult for people.
It's not insulting to say that people are model afflicted, is it? Because I mean, like he said, he called me model afflicted by Euclidean geometry. I accept it. It's not an insult. You can't get insulted by things like that. Some people are super special snowflakes. And they do get upset about it. They do think that you're trying to insult them by using the correct usage of the word. It's obvious that this man is model afflicted. He wouldn't be saying half of the things he does if he wasn't.
People
No. It's a reason for it. I'm just letting people know that there's a reason that you're saying what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a reason that I'm saying what I'm saying, because I'm clever enough to imagine both possibilities. I made diagrams of...
See, I mean, how clever is that? Right? It's 2022. We're living in reality. And he thinks he's clever enough to imagine two possibilities in reality.
Dialetheism.
I wouldn't say that's clever at all. I'd say that's a bit foolish.
This is schizophrenia.
Think it's clever to be schizophrenic? Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? We are in 2022, you know.
Yeah, people are struggling. It's quite obvious that people are struggling with their faculties, keeping them together, thinking it's clever to imagine other possibilities other than something that obviously is. I mean, it can't be both unless you've accepted dialetheism and paraconsistent logics. I don't know. I really am struggling to what goes on here. I don't know.
3 different possibilities.
3.
And when I presented them, you didn't seem capable of interpreting them.
He's talking about water level and there's 3 different possibilities. I mean, come on. Like water level and then come up with 2 other possibilities. I mean, how?
Double drop and hump, of course.
Well, he didn't. He had the double rise, not the double drop. Which, I mean, again, nobody else has ever imagined it like he did. So
satellite dish right there.
Yeah.
You were just not capable.
I wasn't capable.
So I'm afraid that establishes that you've got a serious limitation here.
I've got a limitation. Euclidean geometry. I've got a serious limitation.
Your own words, you said you can't imagine it.
Can't imagine water
So who is
being
limited?
a big circle. Water
Who is
level.
limited? The person who can imagine things they don't believe, or the person who cannot? Who is
that's really strange. That you listen to the words.
Yes, that
he
you
says here.
believe. He's talking about your belief, not proven things or common sense or common notion. No, this is your belief. You just only believe that water level is leveling itself.
But also
believe.
limitations he's talking about. Who's more limited?
Yeah, serious limitation.
Your own words, you said you can't imagine it.
Can't imagine water
So who is
being
limited?
a big circle. Water
Who is
level.
limited? The person who can imagine things they don't believe, or the person who cannot? Who is limited?
Limited by your imagination. That's Einstein, that, isn't it?
Yep. It's more important to have imagination than what? I don't remember the exact quote. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got it. One of the memes.
At least he's consistent there with the imaginary geometry that they have to fall to. So at least he all knows it's all imaginary.
Yeah, which I think we're going to have to go over because we have developed an imaginometry. The imaginometry. It's the only one that you ever need. I think, in fact, it's got better definitions, axioms, and postulates than the other non-Euclidean geometries. It's probably one of the most well-formed non-Euclidean geometries there is.
It definitely has more axioms and postulates.
Yeah.
Definitions.
Yeah, and definitely a note to say, don't even try and realize this.
Mm-hmm. Warning, a caution, a cautionary tale.
Yeah. Don't try it.
Yep. Don't.
Keep it in your imagination. Otherwise, people will just think you're crazy. Limited by
the limits of your imagination, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
This is starting to devolve into character assessments. Yes, it is, Rob. We're now at a character assessment. I'm happy to have you tell me you don't believe in something, but you don't get to lie on my channel.
So how's he getting to lie? Look, this is where he starts his character assessments are of things that he's imagining.
This is non sequitur. It doesn't follow from previous conversations. So he's making things up.
I'm happy also for you to say you can't imagine something.
Did you just call me a liar backhandedly?
I think that's fair to say that I don't think you're being honest with me. I wonder, before we split up, is there anything you can say to me to convince me that you're being honest with me? Because I have come to the conclusion that I don't think you're being honest.
Mm-hmm. Honest about what?
So get that for a second.
Yeah.
So parse that out. Parse that out. Is there anything that you, after implying backhandedly that you're a liar, and he's going to say it explicitly here in a minute. So you say that, and then you say, is there anything that you can tell me that will prove to me, I think you used those words, so you could play it again, that you're not lying? How would one do that?
Yes,
if you already have something formed in your head that someone is a liar, what could they possibly say to you that would convince you that they're not?
This is classical reversal burden of proof, that you
Exactly.
have to prove to him that you are innocent. This is idiotic. Or prove to him that you are not a camel.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. I think.
Yeah, there's no way that you should ever engage in that sort of a conversation. If anybody asks you to do that sort of a thing, prove to them something that, you know, like you can't prove a negative. You can't prove to somebody that thinks you're a liar that you are telling the truth. It just doesn't make any sense. So you're best off just trying to keep quiet.
That you're fully aware that there's this other theory out there called, science. The stuff they teach in schools, stuff you find in textbooks.
This is why I kept this in, right? He said there's another theory called science. And he thinks I'm being dishonest because I can't imagine things. And he's now turned that imagination into science. He's turned his imagination of his model into science and a theory of science.
There's no such thing as a theory of science.
Well,
You notice there's no logical progression in the arguments. He's just jumping from place to place.
Yeah, you're right, Essie. Totally 100%. One might say that pseudoscience might fit that bill.
Yeah.
Maybe he's Freudianly letting that slip, admitting that what he's, been blabbing on about during this time with you is his pseudoscience. At least that would be honest. Speaking about being honest, come out and say that it's pseudoscience.
Well, he has. He started off with imagination and now it's turned into science, but it's exactly the same thing. It's not changed. It's just changed in the wordage. I think I've kept this bit in here because there is a definite shift between the imagination part and this science. It's a science of imagination, to be precise.
His imagination. He is scientific because he is able to imagine things that cannot exist. This is science. His science.
Yeah, and I'm unable to go with him wherever he's imagining things. Because he's put a barrier up and said, you're not coming with me.
You have limits.
Yeah. You're a liar. You have to prove to me first that you can do whatever you're doing.
First, I'm going to accuse you of being a liar unjustly, and then I'm going to make you prove that you're not. Wow. Nice.
With science, apparently.
Yeah, this is the bit now that I kept this in because I think this is where, okay, everybody calls people names, especially me. That's what I'm here for people to have a bash on, flat earthers, globe earthers. It doesn't really matter. Everyone can come round and imagine that I don't know anything about anything, and that's fine. They can do whatever they want. But this man here now is about to overstep the bounds, and he's bringing science. He's starting to wield science as a big hammer. And this part here now, this is wrong, what this guy is about to do here.
You're aware that exists? Yes or no?
I've heard of science, yeah. Come on.
And you're aware it does not agree with your assessments.
As far as I know, science says that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, yes.
Any
And your
shopper will tell
wording-
you that you buy a water level and it is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Now, if it weren't, you could get trade standards for false advertising. So I'm pretty sure a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, I don't know who's told you otherwise. See, now, science doesn't say anything different than what I've just said. But in his imagination, he's living in a place where people have told him it's not true, it can't be true. But they haven't replaced it with what it has to be if it can't be true. There's no replacement because there is none.
You see how your words were affecting him? He was like rocking back and forth like you were throwing punches at him. I mean, the truth, he just wanted you to stop. He didn't want to hear it anymore.
This is
And they have only null. So this null means nothing.
Yeah.
So they cannot replace it with whatever they imagine it would be. They have nothing.
Well, like in these clips, aporia is reached. And I think at this point, again, this is where he reaches another one. Because, I mean, how do you replace it with something else without you sounding stupid? Or you going to your imaginometry, which cannot be expressed. You should never even try to. You should know the rules of this. He might not have done this enough. He might have only been experienced with the, let's say, flat earth crowd, right? That certain group of people that will be compliant to all of his arguments. He might only have been experienced with them and never had to reach these areas of thought to justify the model.
You've seen so-called pictures of the Earth from space?
Pictures from space. I like it. Always one of the best places for a scientist to go to.
Especially to establish water level.
Yeah. I've seen some, yeah, in films as well. Yeah.
Right. And they show the Earth to be a spherical shape.
Eyeglass shape.
And they show the Earth to be covered in water.
Big E. Yep.
And you're aware that mainstream science, like it or leave it, teaches us that that water on those oceans creates a big old sphere.
See, after I've said this loads of times, the water on his model does not make a big old sphere. It doesn't. Science doesn't say that.
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
And this is what I call dishonesty.
He's saying because I've seen pictures on films and stuff of a water ball that it's dishonest to say that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Now, if that isn't model affliction, I don't know what is.
This is, but very low level, would say.
Definitely not science.
It was a yes or no question, sir.
What?
It's a yes or no question.
For the oceans. Yeah, the
Science
oceans
teaches us
aren't a water level.
that the oceans of our planet are a sphere. This is what we're taught, whether you like it or not.
We are not taught that the oceans of our planet are a sphere. Nobody's ever said that in the history of anything, I don't ever think.
some of the worst science I've ever heard. He doesn't know what a geometric concept of a sphere is. Because if the water did form a sphere, there would be no land. Tides.
Creates an almost perfect sphere.
Well, when you look out and you see the true horizon, that's horizontal, right?
You're aware.
In the background here. The horizon over water is called the true horizon. And that is horizontal. In the back of his picture.
Once again, yes or no question. You're aware that science teaches us, in mainstream education, that the oceans of the earth create an almost perfect sphere.
I've never heard anybody say that.
You, sir, are a liar.
Well, now because this is a repeat, obviously I've heard it. Him. He's the only person that I've heard ever say that.
But
I'll give you your last chance to say
about science, not about him. That you were taught in school.
Yeah, he said everybody was taught it. I don't think they do. But I mean, I don't know education system. If this man is a teacher, then he could very well be teaching that sort of shit in schools. I wouldn't like to send my children in to let this man teach them that sort of stuff.
I believe he is a teacher. I believe he said so.
He did say he was an engineer. He has taught engineering. But, I mean, I don't know whether that means he's a teacher or anything. I don't know. He's a YouTuber. I think as a teacher, it's a bit of a risky, dodgy game. I don't think Conspiracy Cats is a teacher. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's a front. I think most people might be doing the same sort of thing. I don't think you could get away with saying that sort of stuff if you were an actual teacher. Education board would be getting onto him. But hey.
Anything to make me believe you have not seen pictures that show oceans and that they're a sphere.
Yeah, but pictures don't override a water level being a horizontal plane of reference.
So you're not honest.
Or horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Within the mind of another person, I can't say whether you're fooling yourself or you're just trying to fool other people. But look,
I'm not trying to fool anybody. If anybody wants to come and have a discussion about anything, everybody's free to think whatever they want. I'm not trying to fool anyone. I might expose a few magic tricks. Howard, are you sure? Left Lane says, water level is used to identify points on a horizontal plane, but doesn't establish a horizontal plane. Left Lane. You want to watch yourself saying things like that? You'll get yourself into trouble.
I think that surveyors don't use water level to establish points.
Howard, he's playing both sides there. I like you. I like the game there, Howard. You're shifting over. A water level is used to identify points on a horizontal plane.
Identify points. This doesn't make any sense because
well, yeah, no, it does, because that's perfect for the realizing Euclid test. Because you could show that overlapping those points on a horizontal plane shows the shared straight line segment of those points on the horizontal plane. At least he knows that the point to point is a straight line and it is lying on the horizontal plane.
Yes, but water level only establishes this 2 points, these extremities, but it does not establish what is inside this plane.
That's why you put extra points in the middle. 2, 3, 4 points, and then we can show them overlapping.
Oh, then okay, then yes.
Yeah, only for the realizing Euclid test, right? Because like you rightly say, a water level is just a tube with 2 ends. I mean, you wouldn't need the center point or any other points unless you were trying to do a realizing Euclid test. That's the only reason you would divide a water level and have a center point and another point to show the Euclidean principles for realizing Euclid, which is exactly what we did for our water level. But that's not the practical use of a water level. Nobody would do that. Only those of us that are doing a test to realize something that it's just basic, just to show us basic understanding. Proofs in reality. It's good fun.
Whether you agree with it or not, the globe is what is taught. We are taught that it's an almost perfect sphere. We're taught that it's covered with water. This is what a giant water level, we are taught, does. And you know it.
See, that's what he's taught, that a giant water level does. Nobody has ever taught anybody that. Unless it's within this community and these people have children of their own and they are becoming the teachers. They are teaching their children about this ridiculous stuff that isn't taught in schools.
Yes, but he is infusing to you because he said that you were taught that, not him. You. He said that.
Well, I definitely wasn't taught that. I can tell you that. Nobody taught me that at all.
But he knows better that you were. Because he said that.
That's the sort of thing that I would definitely remember. It would have stuck in my head. But it just wasn't. Look at he's got a nice big grin on there.
Represent that you don't is not honest. There is no way in God's green earth you don't know that. Okay, and everyone in the chat. Okay, anybody in the chat. You've got supporters in the chat. Call me out now. Call me out. I'm being unfair. Let's hear the other.
Can I just point out, right? You've brought a big ball into it, but this is about a Euclid test. Realizing Euclid.
Anybody in the chat?
A plane.
I think maybe they've all dropped out.
I think you're being really dishonest.
Okay. There's one thing I do not tolerate on my channel, and that is lying. So that's a big deal.
It's just, that's the first time I said that he was being a little bit dishonest. After he's called, well, he slandered me and he's called me a liar many times. Blatant liar, calls me dishonest. Doesn't like liars now.
We don't lie. Yeah, and here we are, Bev. You're caught out as far as I'm concerned. You don't believe the things that you say, and I don't think anyone should give you
believe the things that I say.
Any
definitely
time at all.
The water level is definitely. I think you should be leaving it.
It's 5:15, y'all. I promised I'd be off by 5, so I'm running late as always. Askin is here. Askin, you're the type of person that I want to be speaking to right now. Somebody who has given Bev a chance. and said his geometry sounds good. He sounds smart. He's doing tests.
His geometry sounds good. I mean, come on. It's not my geometry. It's not my logic. It's just Euclidean geometry, and Euclidean geometry taught me logic. And Raven and Kevin and everybody else that's around here. Teaches everybody. Well, teaches me, definitely, within conversations and discussions, arguments that we have. You learn everything. This man doesn't seem to have the similar sort of learning program that I have. But I try not to call people dishonest, because I still think there is a chance that you can learn things from people. And the moment you start calling people dishonest, that tends to be the end of the conversation. Some people want to end the conversation early.
But he's not honest.
Do you mean I'm
It's
not honest?
a scam. Everything that he's done is a scam. And
everything that I've done, me, Bev, is a scam. Even when we just go to the basics of logic and geometry. To this man, it has to be a scam.
Yeah, this just got so awkward for me. I have no idea where he's coming from, except for saying something that somebody told him to say or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it was on his script, just regardless what you would say.
I observe it as a cognitive moment, but that's just my perspective.
He's throwing his shapes out here, like Illuminati triangles.
I don't tolerate that. That's not something we should tolerate. We are looking for truth.
Did you just call me a scammer?
Yes, you're a
For
scammer.
what? He claps. He claps twice while calling me a scammer. Yes. Look at this smug face. Yeah, we've all tried to give you as much time to prove your theories or explain your theories. And I'm sorry to say, I can science that. You can't science shit.
Okay, now
you've got you've got zero critical thinking powers.
This is where we get to see who's respectful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You all heard it. I have not been disrespectful.
I've not been disrespectful.
You've been condescending, calling people liars and deceivers and scammers. You don't think that's disrespectful? You're a liar, sir. Just leave. Bye. How much more respect do you want when people are telling you bye?
Oh, I'm just, I have 2 points. I'll repeat the point again. Point number 1 is you should test your claims. Point number 2 is that honesty is important.
The test. The realizing Euclid test. We did it.
So I'm going to keep saying that because in the back of somebody's mind who's listening,
I hope some people are listening and they want to hear exactly what the realizing Euclid test is and why some people go fucking mental.
Someone's going to hear, we should test our claims, and we should be honest.
We have done the test. We did the test last year. It's only since you found out about it and got triggered, you think we haven't done it. You now think somebody's pushed you forward to say that science claims a water level doesn't establish a horizontal plane. A ridiculous claim on your behalf, which you say you should be able to check those claims. You've got no evidence. You've got nothing.
Super important. Honesty is super duper important. Super important.
And you don't seem to have any.
If someone were to pretend something that supports their case, we wouldn't agree with that. That'd be really bad. So if I was here doing that, hopefully you'd hear that. hopefully you hear in the words that I say that I'm only pretending, right? So,
right, so he's saying that, but he doesn't have any case. He's got nothing. He's just been saying, nuh-uh, 'tis globe. And now he's saying that people would be able to tell if he was being dishonest from the words he's using. Well, yeah, he's got nothing. It's pretty sad.
So same for the everybody else. I hope you hear that there's somebody here telling you
you haven't supported your case.
You haven't
Your
done
case,
anything.
you haven't supported your case. You've come here and not supported your case. Your case is a water level doesn't establish a horizontal plane.
My case is that you need to test your claims.
We did the test.
We did test.
It's been tested. It's your claim, not ours. It's your claim. Go test your claim.
Crazy as the claim is, you got to test
your claim is crazy. Yes, go test it.
Yeah, we don't have to test your claim. You should test it.
Right. And
yes,
the
right.
other thing is
good
honesty.
idea. Go and test
Honesty.
your claim.
So if someone were to portray that science teaches something that science does not teach, that wouldn't be true. And then if we could understand that that person truly believes that.
So you're saying, you're the one that says science says.
But if that person is just misrepresenting what the
where's
science
the science that says water level isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal? Where is it?
So
Where's your proof?
Think about that.
Where can you back your claim? Where did you test your claim?
I do agree with it.
He's chanting right through every word.
Yeah, I need turn up. You never back your. Buster sings it. Buster sings it, and we just use the words. He's never backed any of his claims. He just keeps saying nuh-uh, and then using this tactic that I'm sure a lot of people are getting to hear a lot of now. After 6, 8, however many years people have been round here. I've been round here for 4 years. And I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things, but I've never heard anybody ever really back anything up that they've said.
And they are not addressing arguments completely. They are ignoring them.
Yeah, they've turned debate into a farce where people just shout at each other. There's no argument even, because nobody can identify the terms that they're talking about. Debates a farce. People just shout at each other and do this and go round and round in circles. Just keep getting diverted from one thing to another. Obfuscate points rather than identify terms. It's, well, I don't know. It's a farce. And I'm not too sure how much people can sustain it. Because people obviously will eventually realise that there's nothing in it. It's just people shouting at each other. And you slowly lose your mind within it yourself if you stay in it too long. Most people can only do it for short bursts, because it becomes too hard to get.
And because this is, in the long term, this is pointless. Because you can realize after some time that people don't want truth or don't want to come to truth, but only win their argument or pseudo-argument, or just to show superiority, that they are smarter. Like this guy, he's clever. He's much more clever than you, and he can prove to himself that he is more clever than you. Then he win debate whatever, that kind of stuff. It's not very in long way. It doesn't change anyone's thinking. So it would be pointless.
Yeah, I'd say after being in this conversation for about a year, you could probably have seen the circularity of the arguments twice, maybe 3 times. But once you've been in here, these arenas, these chats or whatever, for over 3 or 4 years, then you can basically tell the cycle of the arguments. You can tell that one argument leads to another, that leads to another, that leads to another, and back to the beginning lot again. And they just cycle through over and over.
Yes,
Same
they are
things.
moving goalposts in very well-known pattern. So you can expect what they were segueing to. If they lose 1 point in discussion, they are segueing to next, and you can expect what would it be. So you can predict even discussion.
Oh, we do the same sort of thing. I mean, the circularity of the arguments that we have, and we've seen a straight line and curve line to 2D to 3D to triangles back to Lake Pontchartrain or Lake Rakia, and then over to LIGO and circles, and they go round and round and round. But we're not about that. We're about the progression of the learning. Because most people with their learning, they like to progress and go forwards. Well, we're into advanced simplicity. It's a different sort of learning where we refine the basic concepts, the first principles of all of this sort of stuff. And that allows you to use those first principles in a logical process way and find fallacies. I truly believe it's the way forward. It's the way all of us should be. I think we could lead a band of, let's say, debaters, but I don't think there is any debate anymore. I don't think it's possible to have a debate anymore. But to be able to try and have the conversation in a structured manner, I think people should be crying out for it. Maybe there might not be that many people. Maybe.
Yes, but I think that on globe side, if there is even good debater there, he wouldn't dare to come because he knows that he couldn't win. So I think that they know on their side that they cannot win.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's
real debate.
Yeah, if people are after debate, I don't think it's about winning or losing. It's about the audience. It's how well you can convey these things, because you've already proved it to yourself. I don't think you could win or lose a debate. You could only lose, as in not be able to interpret and portray whatever your point is across to the audience or your opponent. I mean, that's what debate should be. Not about win or lose, about how best to convey like an argument, but an argument as in a conversation, a structured conversation.
Yes, you are right. That should be that way. But on the globe side or mainstream science, if they have no argument and the only motivation to have debate would be to outsmart you or opponent, or outsmart opponent in discussion.
Yeah, there's no place for sophistry, really. But
Yes,
I think that's
but
what you're talking about, right?
yes, they can use only these tricks to outsmart opponent and looks like they win for the audience.
Yeah.
So that's all.
The one who wins the debate is not necessarily the one that's right. So, yeah.
Yeah, I always thought there is no win or lose in debate.
Well, yeah,
I
mean,
there's
even in the
only a
minds of
gain
the
all
people.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's another thing, right? You shouldn't be striving for win-lose. Within knowledge, there is no win-lose. You can't
That's my whole
lose
point.
knowledge ever.
Yep.
Yes, I think that's correct because debate as it is able to teach people anyway. Whoever wins or loses, it will teach the audience how to debate, how to think, how to formulate logical proofs or arguments, how to counter arguments. So this kind of stuff, how debates looks like, and maybe some people could learn it how to debate. So I would say that it would be a development of, pathetically speaking, humanity.
Yeah. That's what I got last night from going over Dorothy and her methods of doing it there. Any way that you want to encourage people in their argumentative stage. I mean, I don't know what sort of age she was calling it, but there are obviously people that want to come and have an argument. They want to have that battle of wits. That practice, you can only gain from it. There is only gain. Some of them are really awkward, and sometimes you never actually get to the structured conversation that you want to. They can seem like trolls, but I mean, sometimes, you just want to try and get to the conversation. I've only got 9 minutes of this. Get this finished.
Can't shut up.
Just ask yourself that question.
Can't leave and can't shut up.
What
Wizard.
does science teach me?
Are you asking us a question again?
Yeah.
Are you not leaving? Are you not
Take some
leaving?
time with that. What is it that science teaches about what water supposedly does on very large scales?
Very clear what a water.
What is it that science teaches us, he says, about what water does on very large scales? What is it that science teaches us? It's a very good question. What does science teach us?
That there are tides and waves and tsunami even. This is big scale. Tsunami is on very big scale.
Yeah, it depends what they mean, very big scale. I mean, because don't forget, the Suez Canal is 120 miles, is it? That's a very big scale. So what does science teach us about that? I think you might be surprised.
Level tool does. I know that.
If Bev didn't exist and you had this question going through your head on your own, what would you do to resolve the question?
John, that sounded like a really good question. I'd like to hear that again. What was that?
Because if Bev didn't exist and you were just out there on your own and you had this question running through your mind and you needed to resolve it, what would you do to resolve it?
You didn't have anody telling you what to do, where to go, where to stay, where to leave.
You're out on your own.
Say, what questions to ask. If it was just you.
I really like that one, John. I thought it was really good because it was like if Bev doesn't exist, as if I'm the one that's brought all of this. Like a water level. Really? Somebody else surely must have been asking the questions. It can't have just been me. Somebody else. Everybody else has been saying these sort of things.
Thought I saw your image on one of those Egyptian things there.
Water level. We wouldn't have known about the water level if it hadn't have been for Bev. It's like, come on. I'm pretty sure loads of people have been saying it. It's just because we've linked Euclidean geometry. That's all it is. This bit at the minute where they're all going crazy is because we've done a realizing Euclid test. We've just took Euclidean geometry and the Euclidean principles and tried to relate them to reality to show people how you can actually take geometry from the mathematical pages and replicate it in reality. There's a definite link to how we logically derive geometry from reality. It's how we derive logic. It's the only place you can perform logic is in reality. You can't perform logic in the mind. You have to be able to have the object to be able to predicate upon it. You have to be able to point at it and say that thing there. They've been taken away from it. People.
I would design a test to see whether large planes of water are planar or curved. Okay, I would design a test for that, and then I would conduct that test, and then whatever results I found, I would say, gosh, that maybe wasn't what I expected, but that's what the evidence says.
Gosh, gee whiz, guys, how do you...
So he's just said that he would devise a test and then go with whatever the results were. Well, we told him about the test that we did. Yeah.
So you set the water level, you observed what it did, and you went with it to Euclid Tests. So
yeah,
you did what he expected you to do.
And I also told him. Yeah, I also told him that it was a test for me and Spot On and for the people that were in this server to see whether we could get together, to see whether we could film it, to see how well we could actually perform on the day, to be able to do these tests and by the side of the canal and how it was going to go, where the cameras would be and all of that. That's what we were testing. We were testing ourselves and the equipment and the ability for us to do it. And we have done the results. The results were, we were chuffed. We did everything that we wanted to do. We achieved our aim. Now, we did it with equipment that's easy enough for everybody to buy. I mean, I know it gets a bit struggling, but £100 for me, £100 for Spot On. We did the test. Obviously, we've got cameras that are worth thousands of pounds, and there's loads more stuff that goes to it. But we did the test. We got it in Discord. We can have an ability to be able to put cameras on Discord. Now, I would say next time, you can't do it in certain places on canals because the signal for the phone goes wrecked. You can't broadcast on these places because they are obviously low lying. They're on a plane. The canal is set. It's low. It doesn't always work, the signal for the phones. It was half of the problem, but we know it now. We know how to do it, and we know places to avoid. We know where to go to check that the phones are going to have a connection if we're going to be doing the test. We've done loads of work on all sorts of different things. The Euclid test was just part of what we were testing. We've got a fantastic group, and we know how to do all of these presentations out live in the field. I can't get it to live stream to YouTube just yet, but we might be able to work on that. I'll get this finished. 8 minutes.
How do you measure a curve? Oh my gosh, gee whiz, guys. You create a horizontal first. Oh my gosh, golly geez, guys. What tool could I use to do that? Geez, let me think. What would science create?
And make it cheap as well, Rick, here. Make it as cheap as you can. Make it as though you can make it as long as you can and as cheap as you can. So anyone can do it.
I don't know. From the existence of mankind, they've used, I don't know, water. Maybe every other tool that's been designed by man since the beginning of mankind has been based on how water creates a horizontal. You ever stop and think how they created a theodolite or anything man-made other than a water level tool? What it's based on, sir? How that horizontal was created in the first place? What the baseline is? You ever think it could have been, I don't know, geez, water?
Anybody who's still listening.
Just leave, man. You act like a fool here. You sound like a fool to me.
Anybody who's still listening, ask yourself this. Do you personally believe that science teaches us that very large volumes of water create a plane? Is that
400 meters was our test?
What you believe?
Is that what you're saying? Is 400 meters are very large? Because that's what you're going mental about here, right? You're saying science says it's not horizontal.
Mrs. Jones in 3rd grade, was she telling me that the ocean is a giant plane? Is that what I learned in school?
I hope not, because there's tides and waves. That would be fucking ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ask yourselves.
So they did teach you about tides and waves, did they? And did they teach you what a plane is? 2-dimensional.
Did the science teacher teach me the earth, the ocean, the lakes, those are planar?
I don't know. What did you get? You tell us what you got taught. And you are talking about high school, primary school? I don't know. Elementary school?
I want you to ask what you were taught.
What I was taught. I'm definitely the wrong person for you to be asking that, mate.
Okay. We're hearing a bunch of people.
Literally the worst person for you to be asking that question.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. I was told maybe you don't have a traditional education, and that's why you weren't
have. He's been told that maybe you don't have a traditional education. What's that meant to mean? Who do you imagine's taught him that?
Traditional education. Yeah. What trivium? Maybe quadrivium.
Yeah, I really don't know what he was thinking there. Right. Yeah, I don't know. A model.
Okay, so I was personally taught that the oceans are a giant sphere. So if you
were you younger than 7, 8 when you were taught that?
Honestly,
when were you taught that?
Of that same teaching, or
I can science that. When were you taught that?
Oh, I can't tell you. It's so far back that I can't even remember.
Yeah, because it's lodged in your brain.
Sure.
It's been planted there in childhood.
What was your teacher's name? Was it elementary school? Can you just remember like the grade level, like 2 through K through 5?
I am happy
Elementary school. Do you remember the teacher that taught you that? Because I remember mine. Miss Morgan.
Let me get
Whitfield,
there, Rakia, please.
Smith. All my
We are
elementary
going
school
somewhere
teachers.
with this.
I'm happy to consider that perhaps it is wrong, but I am not happy to consider that I never heard of it.
Okay, so you can't name when, but it's lodged there in your head. Just big E. Boom. Can't get away from it.
I heard of it.
Uh-huh.
Didn't you?
From who?
No.
Somebody,
No.
we just heard about Morgan, teacher named Morgan, Mrs. Morgan or something.
Yeah, I remember all my elementary school teachers.
Okay, so Mrs. Morgan taught you that Earth was a globe?
No, we're asking you. Bev is asking you. You won't answer. When, who, what? He's saying it's lodged in your head. He's trying to tell
told you
you
I don't remember
something.
the
You're not
first
listening.
time.
No,
I don't remember the
Rakia,
first
I'm
time. I
trying to
answered
tell
already.
him my fucking story. Why I'm different.
Okay, why are you different?
Because at the age of 7 years old, I was in a car crash and my mother died. I lost every memory from before that point, including all of the silly little fucking memories that you've got of your model.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that model. And strangely enough, nobody ever taught me the model after that point. There's nothing you learn about the model. You make it yourself and you build upon childhood memories. The model that you have is all yours. It's not mine. I don't have it. I only have reality. I don't have a model clouding my mind with every thought. That's why we say here, drop the fucking model. Get you in trouble.
That's a really amazing story, Bev. And it says a lot. But what it doesn't say is, why is it in all this time you still pretend that you don't know what science teaches?
Science doesn't teach you it.
That's
That's what I'm telling you.
I'm here to explain it, and I'm not the first. But you act like the things that I'm trying to explain you've never heard before, or that they're contradictory, or that you don't understand.
That's what you think, isn't
So
it?
I must accept either you literally do not understand, or perhaps you are portraying that you don't understand. That's the only two options I can think of.
Not that I literally don't have a model and I'm just going with what I see in reality and what I can prove in reality.
Did I say the word model?
I don't have a model. You do.
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious.
I'm talking about what is taught.
It clouds everything that you do.
And you cite things as if they are
now.
taught that are not what is taught.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, even you now, you don't know what you're talking about because you weren't actually taught it. Name me one thing that you were taught about the globe model.
It is a globe. I was taught that.
It is globe. Exactly. That's why that's axiom 1. How much of a lesson would that be? It is a globe. Like, seriously, I mean, what sort of a lesson is that?
I can't believe the words that I hear coming out of his mouth. I mean, he has got the nerve. It's really, I mean, I hate to be negative, but it is disgusting.
Well, this particular bit here exposes everything. Nobody was ever taught anything about the model. This is the trick, the big trick. The big trick is that you weren't ever taught anything. The model that you have, that you've been arguing with people about circular arguments, you've made it all yourself. And the arguments are just because your model's different than somebody else's model.
or the imagined model that you imagine somebody else has is a different model than they imagine that they have themselves, because the models aren't real. There is only reality, and these models that everybody makes they're not worth arguing about. It'll get you nowhere. Go on, sorry.
He cannot imagine not having a model. That's what it comes down to. He cannot imagine that. He's got to vote for one side. Everybody does. They just can't comprehend reality.
Yeah, I think what the model, because it goes in at childhood and it gets locked in at a certain point, you can't get rid of it. It's always going to be there, no matter what you do. It's just whether you can be aware of it and that this has been placed in you. I mean, you can try and stop it from going in. You can try and take it out. You can try and ignore it. But, I mean, like, it's a constant battle, mental battles that people have. There's these contradiction of they have been taught. They've not just been taught together. They've been taught separate and kept separate. People get upset at other people when they point out these contradictions, the fallacies that are within everybody in certain things. Some of them are just so there. They're right in front of you. They always have been. But you're taught to not see it. That's why this trivium and the, well, by extension logic, but I mean, the trivium really is just a way to express the logical process, to convey it better. These bots are getting more and more, aren't they, on the... They never stop. Oh, I gotta play this last few minutes, but I think that's it. He's gone. Like, I'll go back a few seconds. Because I don't have a model. You do.
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious.
I'm talking about what is taught.
It clouds everything that you do.
About what is taught.
And you cite things as if they are taught that are not what is taught.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, even you now, you don't know what you're talking about because you weren't actually taught it. Name me one thing that you were taught about the globe model.
It is a globe.
It is a globe.
I was taught
that. It is globe. Exactly. That's why that's axiom 1. In imaginometry. You should know this. We have. Have you ever looked at it?
All right.
Have you ever looked at imaginometry?
I really gotta go. Bye. Maybe some other time.
Yeah, have a look. You'll have a look at the model. You'll find your model. Imaginometry.
Ooh. Wow.
And that's that. Thank you very much, people. Oh, we got. So, thank you very much for listening. I can't leave it just like that. The model that most people imagine has been made by themselves, and it's become more so within this environment. It's very strange that everybody imagines the model differently, but they all imagine the same thing. It's a mass psychosis that everybody is compliant with. I don't know whether it's taught at childhood with the Santa Claus sort of thing for the good of people and its tradition and all of that sort of stuff.
all seems to work and it all seems to help each other.
It's like a mind collective, like the Borg, Star Trek.
It's been a good show, and it is midnight. I said to Emma we'd get off. So yeah, this has been good. Going over these videos and stuff. Go to show, hopefully, that nobody's trying to judge anybody. We just try and look at this stuff objectively. I'm not telling anybody that they have to change their mind about anything. But we do have to point out these inconsistencies and the contradictions that are there. And we also have to point out that if you want to try and come and explain your model, then model Affliction Monday. Come and let us know how well you can describe it. We're all about that rhetoric now. You think you can come along and discuss this stuff? Teach us a better way to describe things? Teach us a better way to present things? And I'm up for it. I want to get better at it. I want to be the best person at being able to express this trivium, logic, geometry, the link between the two, realizing Euclid. What was that? Oh, okay. So let me clean the screen up, and I'm gonna get a Buster ready. Anybody got any choices for Buster? Anything you've not heard for a bit? Anybody from the chat want get ready for a Buster song? Which no, I'm having a look for one. We've not had for a bit. Oh, what about that Wisdom? We've not had that one for a bit. Thanks for joining. Thanks for listening. Tomorrow night, Euclid. I'm not too sure whether anybody understands the realizing Euclid and what the idea of it. Perhaps we'll go over that tomorrow. Try and stick in the theme of the geometry Euclid night tomorrow. Anybody got any final words before we pass it over to Buster? Buster and SE. We're going to be redoing these ones for the proof. Anybody got any ideas on how we can reinterject the proof discussion into a group of people? I think some people still think that there are proofs. They may have been fooled by the people within this community that there are proofs for the globe model. Some people still think that they're hoping that there is, because some people have been so confident in their words that they imagine that they do have proof because of their confidence. They'll be in for a shock when these people tell them that there are no proofs. But we do.
Some people don't know what proof is, so sometimes they are talking about proofs, but they are not really talking about real proofs in logic. So some people just misunderstand this word, what proof means in logic and in science, really.
Yeah, I think it's about time we did put the proof back into science. But first off, we need to have the discussion about proof. So if anybody wants to come with that, hey, come round. I mean, Euclid. Come join us tomorrow, 8 p.m. UK. Euclid night. Signing out. It's Buster and Essie.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this
conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I'll find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfectly, absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go